Anthony,
Good morning.
will I be able to share my screen to show a winners page or not?
Oh yeah, I think so. Paul, you'll facilitate screen sharing, correct?
Correct. Should
Okay.
not be a problem.
All right,
Hey.
I can just do it oral, but I do have something typed that I can just show on the screen, so I'd appreciate that. Paul, I'm going to be doing that for the scholarship winner announcements. It's kind of in the agenda somewhere down in the new business item.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Carol, and depending on how elections go, that may or may not happen during this the first half of the business meeting. It might, we'll just kind of go through that agenda between now and the closing, the second part of the business.
Okay, yeah, that's no problem. I'll be ready
Okay.
whenever, so that's not an
Right.
issue. All right, hope things go well for you guys today. We'll be standing tuned here. Bye.
Anthony, you ready to go? Do you need anything from me?
I'll just let you lead off like the conference welcome, but yeah, I should be ready. So
Okay, I probably won't take more than 5 minutes or so to get
Okay.
things started. I want to
Okay.
save as much time for the business meeting as we can.
okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Anthony, is there some bag of swag around here somewhere, do you know, that they're referring to?
So we sent swag to your institutional offices. So I don't know where the US Postal Service is with regard to getting that to you. We sent it last Thursday.
It might be in our mailbox, not yet checked.
Okay, I don't know. I just thought I'll nosy around if there's something here. Anthony wouldn't know. He hasn't been here for a year. So what am I asking him for? All right, we'll check it.
Whenever you get it, just pretend it's the holiday.
We'll just pretend you sent everyone USU t-shirts and we have plenty of those. So. Thank you.
Barney, I'm noticing we've got about 26 participants in the meeting, and so we might, maybe we can play a jingle, or Janet can display her swag for a few minutes. Give people just a couple more minutes. They might be logging in for a minute or two.
Yeah, we'll just hang out for a few minutes. It's always fun to get all of this rolling in the mornings.
All right.
And I'd show the swag bag, but I haven't even gotten mine yet. So
Mike Anderson, I don't know if you saw my question in the chat.
Anthony, I'm gonna be in and out just for a little bit, so
Okay, so no go.
thanks.
Okay. Yep.
Anthony, I can show you what we got. We got our swag. Here in Atlanta.
Oh,
We got, each one's a little bit different though. There was this, and of course we got the bag that it all came in.
okay.
We got a trio book. Then there's a bunch of stuff in here. There are pencils, first aid kit,
Oh,
lanyard. I think this is a credit card thing, and more chapstick and pens and pencils. But I think some of my cohorts got a beach ball in there, so I think they're a little bit different, but pretty much the same. Fun,
well, that's
fun,
great.
fun, fun.
Yeah, we get to be there in spirit, carrying our bags around. I like it. Thank you so much. And thanks to Blending Trio.
We're at 40 participants. We'll give it maybe 2 more minutes.
Okay, that sounds
Okay.
reasonable. What's your brew this morning, Barney?
Just plain old coffee, but it's in my Golden Girls mug. So thank you for being a friend, everyone.
You know, Janet, this tie is my greatest ever $1 investment. I've never found something that doesn't match. Yeah, I think this is one of 3 times, maybe 4 times this whole year I've been wearing a tie in the spare bedroom of my house, staring at a window. So
I have sworn off ties this year. And I'm going to try and do it for the rest of my life. But we'll see how that goes. Well, folks, it looks like we got about 48 people. Let's go ahead and get started. Good morning, Utah Aspire, and welcome to the 2020/2021/COVID edition of this year's Aspire Conference and last year's Aspire Conference. We were just talking about the swag bags. We sent them all to your institutional offices. So if you haven't had a chance to go past your office and pick that up, hopefully that, if it hasn't arrived, will be arriving soon. And again, just welcome this morning. My name's Barney Nye. I am the Associate Vice President for Pre-K through 16 Grants, Outreach, and Partnerships at UVU, and an Upward Bound and SSS alum. And I just want to say thank you for being here and thank you for taking the time to join us today, tomorrow, and Friday in the mornings. I will just say personally, the 2 years is far, far too long to see all of your faces live and in person. It's nice to see you virtually this way, and that's the best we can do at this point. But I am very, very much looking forward to the next in-person opportunities that we all have as well. A couple of housekeeping things as we get started this morning. I assume most of you got the links yesterday, and that's why you're here. I just want to remind you there is one link for everything for this conference. We wanted to keep this as simple as possible, mostly for me because I can't operate technology, and that has just become painfully clear to me every day of this last year. I also, that this meeting is set up, just so you know, and you probably have already observed, it's set up as a meeting and not a webinar, which means all participants will be able to use their microphones and be able to use their cameras, and all of that will be available to all the participants. And that's going to be helpful as we we kind of conduct this town hall session a little bit later this morning. Please take advantage of the chat function. We'll try and monitor the chat if you have questions. We'll try and keep track of that. If you have suggestions, if you have input, chat is a great way to convey what you're thinking too, but don't be afraid, you know, at least when we get to the town hall portion, to raise your hands and shout it out loud and proud. You'll notice as we look at the agenda, this year's agenda is a little different in a variety of ways. Not besides the fact that we're all doing this virtually too, but there aren't necessarily breakout sessions in the agenda for this time. As we were thinking about and planning this for last year, and it just became even more clear this year, it's probably, we structured it this way so that we could all be on the same page for everything at this point, and trying to treat this along with everything else as we move through this pandemic and move on to next steps as an opportunity to kind of reset, and all of us reset in kind of a unified way in some ways too. And so at least in terms of where we're framing this, you know, our theme for this year is TRIO, We Are the Force. I think it is more than obvious over the last 12 months, both how important our advocacy is for low-income and first-generation students, but also how effective our programs have been at pivoting in this era, and how important it has been to have these programs in the spaces and the places that they occupy to make sure we're keeping track of our low-income and first-generation students. And so, you know, in the spirit of that, I'm going to just shut up, because this is Anthony's business meeting at this point, and I'm going to step away and just turn things over to Anthony to get us rolling with our first business meeting.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Barney. Before calling the meeting to order, I'd just like to thank Barney, the whole committee at UVU, for their time and energy. What a fun little addition to have the swag bags come into our offices. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate your time. I'd also like to thank the board, who has been behind me and all of us this year. Thank you very much. They're all, as we're speaking, they're in the background quietly establishing that we have a quorum according to our bylaws and operating guidelines. So thank you so much to Janet and to Maggie. Also thanks especially to Samantha Hill, who has very willingly and very adeptly stepped in to fulfill the roles of president-elect when Tino left from TRIO. I very much appreciate Samantha's help, and she's been amazing at the so far the responsibility she's taken on. And one other thing I wanted to say before calling the meeting to order is just a little bit of a point of personal connection, I hope. I know this has been a challenging year for all of us. We've all faced a very unique place that we have come through a year that probably none of us ever expected to be part of higher education or to be part of general society. And one thing that I've experienced myself is isolation in a way that I had never before experienced. So in my situation, I live alone in this home, and I used to have students that rented from me, but they exited at the pandemic. And this is the first time, you know, being in a place with just quiet walls for a full year. And, you know, as we realized in our individual spaces how challenging this can be, I was reflecting about the students that we are helping to navigate through higher ed. And one thing I thought is that, you know, they may be feeling isolation in a way about their access to education, maybe in a way that I could identify with differently, right? Where they may not have all the supports, or they may not have even understood what those supports mean through their journeys of life, not knowing even the questions to ask. So I've been, you know, that is one thing that I think as a reflection, maybe has given me what I hope will be a better capability of working with and supporting the students that we serve. Anyway, thank you for that moment to let me share a bit. And now I'd like to call the meeting to order. So we will commence Utah business meeting for the 2021 Utah State Aspire. And let me first check in with Janice and Maggie if they've been able to establish that we have a quorum present. Janice?
Yeah, we do.
All right. So we have a quorum present to conduct business. Thank you very much, Janice. Next, I've got the wrong agenda open. Parliamentarian Kyle Ethelbaugh. Kyle, you're willing to give it a go for parliamentarian, is that correct?
I can do my best, but I think this is a team effort, so I'll be calling on my colleagues as well. So
excellent. Okay, thank you so much, Kyle. Kyle, then if we'll establish you as parliamentarian, and we'll move right into this. Rachel, what if you would want to begin with regional updates?
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here at my home state. All of the state meetings this year are virtual, so we are not alone in our struggles. And we are having the opportunity. I get the opportunity to see how everything's going. So I do have some announcements. I want to make you aware of the conference that's coming up, the annual conference for our region. It's going to be October 11th and 13th. It is going to be virtual. The theme is Cascading Impact. It's being hosted by our South Dakota colleagues. They have put a lot of thought and effort into it and looked at ways we can just improve upon the great conference that was done last year. So we're really excited about some of the things that they're coming up with for engagement and just for training some of the keynote speakers. And I think it'll be really worthwhile. It is unfortunate that it's going and so, but I think that also is an opportunity for a lot of us who have not been able to go to regional conferences because the cost is a lot more minimal when you don't have to travel. So I would encourage you to definitely look into that. Then looking forward to 2022, which we definitely plan on having in person as of right now. That's going to be October 14th through 22nd at the Snow King Resort in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. So that is a great way to get back in person and get back into our regional association. So please look forward to that as well. We are currently accepting proposals for the regional conference. I know that there's a lot of knowledge in Utah and a lot of expertise, and we would love to see you do that. You can access that proposal just by the Aspire website. If you just go onto the Aspire website, you can find the place for that. We are continuing with our roundtable discussions. We've had some really great discussions. Actually, I personally have had some great ideas that have come through those roundtables, and so I'd like to encourage you to get that. If you haven't been getting those, then reach out to me or reach out to Dennis Stengel, because if you're not getting the announcements for the regional roundtables, then you're probably not getting any of the other information either. And so you want to make sure that you're checking your junk and checking your spam and looking for those emails. They do come from whoever is sending the emails. So the regional ones are probably coming from me through our email system, but make sure that you're on that list to be getting those emails. We also wanted to announce the Aspire Training Institute, With the great success of recruiting hard to reach populations, Aspire is going to reinstate the Aspire Training Institute and is excited to host additional trainings in the future. Aspire has been a wealth of trainer talent and has a long history of successful programming. Our initial offerings will be available to all of Trio Nation and will focus on recruiting hard to reach populations and serving rural students during and after the pandemic. We have, some faculty here from Utah who are on that and throughout the region, but I know that if you're on the Trio listserv, you get different trainings all the time. And we know here in Aspire that we also have that ability to do those trainings and are excited about stepping up for that. So the next one, the most closely upcoming one is going to be April 15th and 16th, which is serving hard to reach populations. So you can sign up for that on the Aspire website at aspireonline.org. Okay, last thing that we want to announce. Well, I want to do a personal thank you to all of you who participated in policy. I feel it was really impactful, and we had across the region, and especially in Utah, we made some really great connections and had some really good opportunities. And then the last thing is I'm very excited to announce the Andrea Reeves Scholarship for Continuing Education. The board has put together a scholarship for Trio professionals. So that's you who are going back to continue your education. We feel that our entire work is teaching our students to continue their education and to continue learning and to continue growing. And we want to help a little bit while you do that as well. So these scholarships are not going to be huge. They are about $2,000 a semester. That we'll be handing out. We're hoping to do 2 of those per region per year, if that makes sense. So that's budgeted, and Anthony is on our scholarship task force committee. So we are coming up with the application and the process right now as we speak, and that you'll be having that information very soon. So it's an initiative that I'm really excited and passionate about. If you don't know Andrea Reeve, you're missing out. You definitely should reach out. She's a fantastic lady and is very, very passionate about continuing education, has done some real work for Trio professionals to get some master's level education at Colorado State University. So we wanted to honor her in this and to honor you as well. We want to make sure that you are getting what you're paying for as members. So make sure you're getting time on the website, make sure you're getting the emails, make sure you're reaching out for any help that you might need. And thank you so much for the work you do as Utah Aspire.
Rachel, thank you so much for the update. I want to attest to the value of these roundtable discussions that the region has been hosting. Not only have questions very pertinent to my program been helpful there, but also working back and forth with other directors as we connect with each other and realize we're both trying to work through the same thing. That's been very helpful. One clarification on the Andrea Reeves scholarships is that there would be 2 per state. I don't know. I think Rachel might have said 2 per region. So I think it's really
Yes, sorry.
2 per state. So more than just 2 for the region. And also, yeah, thanks to our policy delegation. Thank you. Okay, the next is I have approval of minutes, but I don't know that everyone has had a chance to look through all the minutes because of by the time I sent them out when I was reminded to do that. So I'm thinking that we may do the vote to approve the minutes at the beginning of the second iterative of our business meeting. So we'll do that on Friday to approve the minutes from last fall, if everyone is okay with that. And I think what we'll next move on to is elections. So we'll move on. And actually, elections is listed on the agenda. Really, what we'll begin with today is nominations. So currently, I'm accepting nominations. Well, let's begin with the office of president. Hopefully you've looked through the description of that office. Those of you that are interested have been able to think about that. So yeah, I'm accepting nominations for the office of president of Utah Aspire. Please note that this is not president-elect due to the way our bylaws and operating guidelines are structured, because during the president-elect term, the elected president-elect left trio. The election we're holding is for president to start as president this fall, at the fall meeting to be sworn in. So I think the easiest way to do this, since we all have access to our mics and if anyone has a nomination for office of president, please either unmute yourself or type it into the chat. Accepting nominations for the office of president of Utah Aspire.
This is Teresa Frazier, and I nominate Samantha Hill.
Thank you, Teresa. Do I have a second?
This is Barney, second.
Okay, so Teresa Frazier nominated Samantha Hill for the office of president. Barney Nye, second. Are there any other nominations for office of president? Any nominations for office of president? Any nominations for office of Utah Aspire president? Last call. All right, we'll close nominations for Utah Aspire president. By virtue of the fact that we have a single nominee for the office of president of Utah Aspire, I will accept a motion to approve the election for the appointment of Samantha Hill as Utah Aspire president by acclamation.
Excuse me, does she have to accept the nomination?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
My bad. Thank you. Sorry. Samantha.
Can we flash a picture of Samantha?
Samantha, do you want to just say hello for a minute?
Hello, I'm here and my camera's on.
Samantha, sorry, I missed the very important part of that. Do you accept the nomination for president?
I do. I accept the nomination.
Thank you, Samantha.
And just point of clarification, we do need a vote to close the nominations.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'll accept a motion to close nominations for Utah Aspire president.
Motion to close. Janet Walker.
Thank you, Janet. Do I have a second?
Second, Barney Nye.
All right. So nominations for Utah Aspire president are closed. Samantha Hill has accepted the nomination. Thank you, Kyle, for getting me straight through that. Now I'll accept a motion for the election or appointment of Samantha Hill as Utah president by acclamation. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Jamie Bayless, thank you. And a second?
Rachel Lund, second.
All right. Paul, if we use the polling feature, that is anonymous, is that correct?
We can make the polling anonymous, and everyone who's attending can participate.
Okay. Could we, so based on how the nominations were going, right, if we had candidate runoffs, we had to set up an election, an online election system through Region, which we would have done later, but in the how this is going now, we can either do vote, like aye, nay with the cameras, or we can do, let's just do aye, nay, because this is a motion. Sorry, my parliamentarian here. Yeah, sorry. So all those in favor of the motion, sorry, Paul, sorry about that. All those in favor of the motion,
Anthony,
please, yeah, Kyle?
but remember, only members can vote.
Right. All paid members that are participating on the call, all in favor, say aye or use the reaction to raise your hand.
Aye.
I
Any opposed? Say aye. All right. Motion passes. Congratulations and welcome to Samantha Hill. She will be sworn in as Utah Spire president at our meeting in October.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, next I will accept a motion for nominations for Utah Spire treasurer.
This is Barney. I move to open nominations for Utah Spire treasurer.
Thank you. Second?
Rachel, I second.
All right. Any nominations for Utah Spire treasurer? Accepting nominations for the Office of Treasurer of Utah Spire.
This is Rachel. I haven't talked to her at all, so we'll definitely have to ask if she wants to accept the nomination, but I'd like to nominate Teresa Fraser.
Do I have any second?
So moved.
Jamie Bayless is a second. Accepting nominations for the Office of Treasurer for Utah Spire. Do I have any nominations for Office of Treasurer, Utah Spire? Receiving no more nominations for Treasurer for Utah Spire, I'll accept a motion to close nomination.
Move to close nominations. Janet Walker.
Thank you, Janet. Do I have a second?
I second that motion. Keith Jensen, Utah Valley University.
Thank you, Keith. So the nominations, I'll accept a vote now to close nominations for Utah Treasurer. All in favor, say aye or use the hand raise.
Aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, the motion passes to close nominations for Utah Treasurer. Teresa Fraser, you accept the nomination.
Oh, sorry, I can't unmute. Yes, that would be fun. I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you so much. again, by virtue of the fact that we have a single nominee for the office of treasurer for Utah Aspire, I'll accept a motion to approve to elect or appoint Teresa Fraser to the office of treasurer through acclamation.
So moved.
A motion from Kimberly Hyatt. Thank you. Second,
Penny Mickelson, I second.
Penny.
Yes.
Thank you, Penny. All right, all those in favor of Teresa Fraser as Utah Aspire treasurer, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Welcome, Teresa Fraser as Utah treasurer. You'll be sworn in with Samantha during our fall meeting at the Regional Aspire Conference. Thanks, everyone, and congratulations one more time to Samantha and to Teresa. And welcome. Samantha and Teresa, we will be having a board meeting early next week. We'd like to invite you to part of that. I'll reach out to you just to talk about transitions as we're getting closer to fall, so that you can have details in your mind as you're preparing and thinking about that. All right, if we move to the continued business, we'll just get as far as we can through this agenda for our business meeting to finish up until we have no more time. So Kyle, if you'll just watch the time, we need to end here at 9:50 or just a few minutes before 9:50. First of all, the reminder about Aspire Workplace. Rachel Lund, that's, if I'm correct, we do have that ongoing. Is that correct for Workplace?
Yeah, that's correct. We had some concerns about whether or not they were going to count us as a nonprofit and keep us with the cost of it, but luckily they have approved that, and so we can continue to use Workplace.
Okay, thank you. For those of you who have not been accessing Workplace, if you would like to get a hold of me for information about how to do so, all of us have an aspireonline.org email account that's assigned to us when we become paid members, and that account is what allows us access to the Workplace. So it's a great tool where many announcements that come around the region. It's a great place. It's Facebook, I guess, for the purpose specifically of our group of Aspire. This year, for those of you in pre-college programs, as you know, the Student Youth Leadership Conference, we did not hold that conference. Slick, who was hosting or had agreed to be the host of the conference in 2020, they planned an entire conference, and I think it was 2 days before when many institutions in Utah made decisions about closing in-person activities, events, and classes. And so all of their planning just unfortunately was not able to be enacted. They agreed to move the conference similar to how you did for our state conference. Slick agreed to do the student leadership this year, but as we kept monitoring conditions with COVID, especially in their region, the Salt Lake region, for the challenges that they were having, just meeting the basic needs of working with their students, trying to host conference, a youth leadership on top of that wasn't amenable, wasn't really feasible. So we did trying to wait that condition out as long as we dared, but unfortunately it was not able to be held. The next item is about the TRIO fact book. We do have one iterate, and actually, I don't know why I haven't. I'm going to drop this. I'm going to find this if you'll bear with me one moment, and drop it into the chat. Oh, actually, I have to do this, I see. So hopefully you'll all see in the chat that the fact book, it is a slightly bigger file. It's a couple of megabytes. For this iter of the fact book, we realized it was a very different year for events, and that definitely was evident on submissions of project, especially like photos, because I don't think many of our projects were hosting a lot of events. Definitely appreciate always the highlight of this is to have the success stories highlighted of our TRIO participants. But this fact book, it doesn't have, for this particular iteration, it doesn't have the outcomes across the state. And that's because still waiting on about 11 projects that we didn't get APR, the most recent APR data from. So it wasn't, it's not quite the picture of Utah outcomes. It wouldn't be complete. So for any of the projects that you haven't submitted those APR numbers that I'd emailed out, I think in February or early March. If you would just get back to me, if we can get those numbers together, we'll update to a second version of the fact book, put the outcomes in, and then we'll print that. Any questions about the fact book? Okay. Our conference guidebooks or conference handbooks, the handbook that we to create for our current, like the conference we're holding right now, that got put on hold by a change when Tino let us know that he was not, that he wouldn't be with TRIO. And I am gonna take up that project as we move towards the next conference. So that one will be put together in conjunction with the 2022 conference. And the Youth Leadership Conference Handbook, Samantha Hill has agreed to lead that team and has begun putting that together. And Samantha may be reaching out to some members of schools that have recently hosted the conference as she compiles that. Samantha, does that all sound correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna be my first year on the job with TRIO. I helped to plan the Youth Leadership Conference, and then I'll reach out to all the different institutions that have hosted it since then to put together something. I think this is a great idea because I think that if we could hand something on each time where whoever's hosting it can just know what they need to fill in and what needs to be there for the conference, that's an excellent idea. So I'm happy to head that up for the leadership conference.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. Next up, moving on to new business, Carol Sainsbury has one of the greatest funds we get during a conference to announce our scholarship winners. So Carol, I'll turn the time to you. If we have Carol.
All right, Paul, am I able to share my screen?
Yes, you should be able to.
Okay, well, that's should and able to are two different words in my vocabulary. Because I've got it up there. Oh, I've got to hit something. Okay, I don't want to waste our time, but let me see what I got going here. Okay, let me get that on there. Oh, I'm not doing this right. Oh, there we go. All right, you can see that now, I assume.
Yes, we can.
All right, we want to take a moment and announce the winners to the 2021 scholarship But first, I would like to a big thanks to our readers. So thank you to Kimberly Hyatt, Janice Bottley, Rebecca Ayala, Jamie Bayless, Jesse Crank, Chip Sharp, Rocio. Whoops, Rocio Suarez. Sorry, Rocio. I typed that real quickly earlier. And Greg Christiansen. So thank you so much. We had 116 scholarship applicants. And so there were 10 $500 scholarships awarded. Those scholarships are broken down into two groups. We have our college group, which typically it comes from the Student Support Services. And then also we have the Westminster that McNair program that is eligible to participate with us. So we had 90 applicants in the college group, and our winners you can see listed here: Brittany Cowie from Dixie State, Jason Cowie from Dixie State. I believe that's likely our first husband and wife team that have won scholarships independently. Jared Maharis from Dixie State, Kelly Soares from Dixie State, Giselle Soriano, University of Utah, Alexandra Vergara from University of Utah, Brianne Roberts, Utah State University, and Angelo Pina from Weber State University. So we say congratulations to them. It's interesting when you see that Dixie State has those 4 there and the University of Utah too. This is a totally anonymous process. The readers have no idea who they are reading. They only read a couple of questions from each application, and there is absolutely no way for them to determine where people are from or what they're doing at that particular time. So that's just Dixie State has done a good job of getting their applicants in there, and have done a good job of, students have done a good job of presenting that situation there. So we also have the pre-college group, which we received 26 applications. They come from our Upward Bound and our talent search programs. So pre-college meaning that these are students, I assuming seniors in high school, that will be attending college. The scholarships are for their fall, summer or fall college entrance. So the pre-college group, 26 applicants. We have Zeta Pinelli from Eastern, Blanding from Upward Bound, and Savannah Wood from Southern Utah University from the Talent Search program. So we congratulate each of them from that. The scholarships are determined based on the percentages of applications, based on the number of pre-college versus college. So we awarded 8 college and 2 pre-college. And every year that has changed according to the number of applicants that come and submit applications. So these students have not yet been contacted. They have been verified by their directors that indeed they are active participants in the TRIO program on those campuses. So the verifications have taken place, and now I will send the emails to the students asking them to accept the scholarship and also provide their student number and the school that they will be attending in the fall. And then the process will go through Janice Bottley, who is the current treasurer, and I will work with her on getting checks cut. Those are sent directly to the financial aid office of the designated school, and then are available to students either the summer or fall. Most traditionally, the fall semester is where those are applied. So that is the conclusion of the 2021 scholarship, Utah Aspire Scholarship. Again, 10 $500 scholarships awarded, and that's reflected in our budget coming up here. So any questions about the scholarship or the award this year?
Congratulations so much to all the scholarship winners. That's great.
Yes, huge congratulations. And again, thank you for readers. That's a big job to go through and take the time to score. They score each one independently and then are sent in, and that's calculated in a database that's all kept and secured, and again, anonymous. So appreciate the time you've taken to do that. And that's my report.
Carol, thank you so much to you and your committee for, I know this is a big project to organize and to get the database running so that all of these are done anonymously and that they get read remotely. I know it's a beautiful process, but I know it takes a lot of work. So thank you.
It's a big, let me also add the thanks to Elizabeth Griffiths, our staff assistant, and she writes her own program to run this the way that she does. And so Elizabeth is definitely the brains behind the operation, and she has taken care of all of this. So I appreciate her and give her thanks as well.
Thanks again, Carol. And as we mentioned the treasurer, I realized that I just jumped right past the treasurer's report. So I think what we'll finish up with today, Janice, if it's okay by you, we're out of order here, but can you give your treasurer's report for the last part of this meeting.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is just the happenings in the treasury since the last, since the regional conference in October. We received a membership rebate from the region of $1,105. And then also we brought in income for state conference registrations of about $7,875. Moving forward, like Carol said, we will have about $5,000 worth of scholarship money going out. And then I'm sure there were some expenses from the state conference and TRIO Achievers plaques and other things that I just haven't received any information about. So that is my report. Oh, the account balance as of March 29th is $27,958 in our account. So there you go.
And in my mind, that will be closer to about 21 or 22 based on expected immediate expenses. So,
Yeah.
okay, Janice, thank you so much.
Yep.
I think this is probably a good place considering time. Oh, actually, we can make one more point from the agenda. I wanted to bring up the idea or a conversation about whether anyone is interested in proposal working group for Utah for the upcoming competitions for this year. So I think is that Upward Bound, Veterans Upward Bound, or just Upward Bound Math Science? Which competition is next? Samantha, you're muted.
Upward Bound should be first, and then Upward Bound Math Science right after that. I don't know. I can't remember if Veterans is writing.
Okay.
After that.
That's just an idea. If directors or institutions maybe that haven't written and are thinking about writing, definitely that's something we can very feasibly put together under Utah would be a working group. So if any of those directors just want to let me know. Okay. All right. And I think at this point, we will, I don't know what the word is, adjourn, or we will at least take a temporary break. Rachel, what's it called when we just take a break?
Recess?
Yes. So I'll accept a motion to recess the meeting to commence again on Friday at 11:30. Or do I need a motion? Kyle?
Yes.
Okay. Motion
So-
to recess.
So moved.
That was,
Rachel.
okay, thanks, Rachel. Second?
Barney, second.
Second. All right, all in favor to recess until Friday at 11:30. Say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, then this business meeting is in recess until Friday at 11:30. The next session of the conference begins in about 11 minutes at the same Zoom link. So we'll see you soon.
One or 2 seconds for everybody to find their way back to their computers. Oh, okay. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you got to wet your whistle a little bit and Speaking of which, I've now lost my water. There it is. Okay. So as I said earlier, this year's a little bit different. We don't typically have a town hall as part of our conference, but we're going to do it this year for a couple of reasons. And I'm going to attempt to share my screen and kind of talk through what we're trying to achieve this morning in this session and what we hope to gain on the other side of our work this morning. So let me do this and that and this and this. Share and I need to show. Okay. I'm just gotta get one more thing, or this. Bear with me, folks. This is why this is dangerous, because I shouldn't be controlling technology in any way, shape, or form ever. So hopefully you can see. Can I get a thumbs up from Anthony if you can see the presentation? Because I can't. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. So why are we doing this town hall? There's a lot of reasons, and we've actually talked about it. We talked about it in Colorado, which seems like eons ago, but was probably the last time some of us were all face to face together, about, how do we create an opportunity for all of us to kind of know where our trains are going in a systematic way in terms of Utah Aspire, and how do we do this meaningfully. So one of the ways we discussed setting this up as a way to get input from all the members of Aspire was to host a town hall like this. And that's the purpose of this meeting today is all of you have expertise in your areas. You're all familiar with your contexts and your institutions and your target areas and your target schools. And we all share similar purposes and similar reasons, but our context may vary to some degree, and our expectations may vary a bit too. So this is a goal to kind of get us on, get the input from the membership and get us all kind of on the same page about where we want to go. And again, to sustain long-term progress towards shared goals. We all have shared goals as part of this organization and as TRIO projects. And the other way is to provide clarity to members to find ways to meaningfully participate in supporting the mission of TRIO programs in Utah, of Utah Aspire, of the regional mission, of COE. It's a multi kind of layered approach that we're navigating in here, but it also it's interesting to see the way it kind of drills down to our individual institutions and our individual daily actions. And one of the things I've observed, I was Utah Aspire president 357 years ago when I still had a little bit of hair, not a lot, but there was still a little bit on top.
I think I'm going to lose mine for the same reason.
What was that?
I think I'm going to lose mine for the same reason. It's going.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. Politics, there's a lot of reasons. And yeah, there's plenty of reasons to lose our hair. Yeah, anyways. But one of the things I remember thinking was, it felt a bit like it was starting from scratch when I became president. Not that there wasn't work going on before, but it felt slightly disjointed to me at the time. And I think part of the way we develop leaders in our state and in our programs is to provide some predictability and allow people to see where they fit into the larger organization and how their skill sets can amplify the work we're all doing. And I think that's part of what we're trying to do in terms of what we mean by meaningful participation. We want people's voices at this table. We want to hear what the members want. We want to hear your advocacy for your students, because I think we're all echoing in different ways all over the state of Utah. And I think there's a great opportunity for us to I don't know, for lack of a better term, form a choir in some ways that could really be impactful in new and meaningful ways. And that's related to the shared messaging. But you know what it all comes down to, and what the work we all do, and this is why I love staying in TRIO and why I love, you know, and having been a TRIO kid, it's that it's, you know, it's all about the students. It's all about how do we best support and advocate for and help and listen to our low income and first generation students in the state of Utah. And that's, you know, that has remained core of this particular organization for the entire time I have been involved in it in one way or another. And it is what sustains us too, is it's nice to have a group of caring professionals who come together and really genuinely give a crap about what's happening with their students to be a little coarse about it, but it matters. And when I was saying earlier how much, you know, I kind of missed, first of all, when we canceled last year's conference, I did not think we would be virtual 1 year later. So defying expectations is part of the name of the game in some ways right now. But you know, it really does, for me at least, and maybe it doesn't for you, and maybe it will over time. But for me, this conference and the TRIO professionals, it feels a bit like coming home whenever we get together in some way or another. And so, and that's really meaningful. And I think that is meaningful for our students in ways we can't even articulate, in terms of support and care for our students. So that's the purpose of today's town hall. It's not, I'm going to kind of go through, I've tried to think through some of the things I've observed over the years and things I've talked to colleagues throughout the state with in a variety of ways over the years, and trying to distill this really big, like, what do we want to do, down to some key areas in some way. So we're going to walk through those to begin with a little bit. And then throughout, there's going to be some questions between now and about 11:15 for your input, for you to either use the chat function or to use, or to, you know, use your microphones and your cameras to talk about how you're thinking about it. We're going to put some, I'm going to try and put some prompting questions in there. But the goal isn't necessarily to answer the question. The goal is to use the question as a way to rethink how we're doing this work in some way or another. And the other goal is to use your voice. It is, I remember as an upward bounder, that for me has been one of the hardest things to come to understand about my journey in education, was how do I articulate my voice and how do I use my voice? And there's no safer group of people, I would say, than the group of people in this session and in this state to find a way. And the first time I used my voice meaningfully was amongst TRIO and Aspire colleagues. And so, you know, we're in good company and we're in a caring space to try and do that too. So I encourage you to speak up if you have thoughts, ideas, suggestions, as we move through this morning. I want to kind of set this in context, and I started talking about this a little bit, but these are just some observations I and others have had over the years about our experience in TRIO programs and what it means to work in these programs on our campuses and in different ways. So first off, TRIO programs are a microcosm of the larger institution. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you think about your institutions and you think about your vice presidential leaders in all the different areas of your institution, student affairs, academic affairs, institutional advancement, university relations, all of those big ticket things, we are all doing in a small way every day for our programs. We are seeking funding to support our students. We are trying to communicate with partners in the community. We are trying to open up dialogues with the K-12 system. We're trying to, you know, create curriculum and pedagogy that is appropriate for the students we are serving. All of those are functions of the broader university experience. And so I've always thought, for me at least professionally, TRIO was a great training ground for a lot of those conversations in a lot of ways. And so I wanted to point this out to help remind us that we all have expertise in it. We may not contain it within our bodies, but really close by, we have a lot of expertise around us in our programs at our institutions to do this work. TRIO programs are not in the big race. What do I mean by the big race? Most all of us on this call are at a state-funded institution of higher education. I call the big race for appropriated dollars from the Utah legislature or from our tuition dollars at our institutions. My experience has taught me that 90% of the work that's done at my university, and it may be true of yours, is in the vein of doing that work. How do we get money from the legislature? How do we build buildings? How do we create degrees? How do we do all of that? And all of that takes money. We're not in that same race in a lot of ways because our money comes from the federal government, and they love us. They want our indirect costs, and it's not a bad thing, right? It's just we're in a different race, and we just competed in that race a couple of weeks ago at Policy Seminar, where we go and sharpen our advocacy tools in the same way at my university. My vice president for university relations goes to the Utah legislature to get money for UVU. We're doing that for our programs, but it's a different kind of race. And so, it creates an interesting relationship between our programs and our host institutions in some ways. And sometimes it feels like they don't know what we do, and you guys just do what you do it well. We love you. We want our students here, but I think we have to be more meaningful at understanding our relationship in that.
Barney?
Yeah.
Could you, maybe you can't see the chat, could you share quickly some context about all of the places your current responsibilities are touching in your role so that we have some context of that? Thank you.
Yeah, I sure can. So my role as Associate Vice President for Pre-K through 16 Grants, Outreach and Partnerships at UVU, which is a mouthful and like 3 lines on my signature line. And I have an acronym for it. But anyways, my responsibility is I report to the Vice President of Student Affairs. I am one of 4 AVPs in Student Affairs at UVU. And there was a restructuring at UVU about 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know. Everything feels like 5 years ago after this last year, where they shifted some things around and they put all of our federal grant programs under one AVP, which is me at this point. And so I have all the TRIO programs in my portfolio. I have the statewide Gear Up program in my portfolio. I have Care About Childcare, which is a childcare resource and referral service through the Department of Workforce Services in my portfolio to get childcare resources to students, but also to facilitate professional development amongst childcare providers in our service region. And that's a contract program. I have, what else do I have? I have School Community University Partnerships, which is like an incubator for good programming, especially focused on equity and access within our community. I have our grants writing team in Student Affairs too that reports through me as well. And we're always looking for opportunities to partner with other entities within the university at this point. But what it's taught me and what my role has taught me, as I said once a week in a meeting, and with really caring colleagues, to see, what the big race is. I'm right up front row seat to the big race in a lot of ways. And in some ways, my role is part of that big race, but in other ways, my role is not part of that big race as well. So does that help clarify, I hope, a little bit about kind of where I'm coming from in trying to put this together in the landscape? TRIO programs, and this kind of goes along the same thing. TRIO programs are unique boundary spanners on our campus, on our campuses and in our institutions. In my experience, there aren't a lot of other programs that try and cross that chasm between K-12 and higher education in the same way. You who run Talent Search and Upward Bounds here on this call are in these K-12 schools, are having these conversations. Other than recruitment offices at most institutions, that's not happening elsewhere in the institution, but it's a great source of insight for us on what's coming through our systems, how our systems are working. There's a lot of information about that that could be very helpful to us helping to support students on the other end once they get to the institution too. And we also boundary span amongst institutions, and it's a unique relationship between all of us because the experience of an Upward Bound student, say at Dixie, and their transition from high school to college a college context, say at Utah State University, into an SSS program, we boundary span with each other in ways that I've not observed other divisions on my campus do and other professionals on my campus too. And we do it really well and really collaboratively too. This next one, TRIO programs are collaborative and competitive at the same time. And what do I mean by that? Well, we just finished writing for some grants. We all get, we all get along no matter what, but the reality is too, we submitted proposals at UVU for Talent Search and EOC in this last competition. And I know others submitted those proposals too. And those readers are reading both of our proposals, and it creates this kind of unique competition that exists. We're really good at putting that aside and working for the greater good too, but that's a reality for a lot of us that's just present in our work. TRIO students exist at the intersection of diversity, equity, and inclusion narratives on our campus and in our communities. So the intersections between socioeconomic status and race and ethnicity and sexuality and gender are very real, and they show up in our programs and give us a lot of insight about what is really happening in many of these communities in really intersectional ways, which is very important. The other thing I say is TRIO programs disrupt notions framed in a binary choice. So I'll give you an example from UVU that we've talked a lot about recently. And maybe this is true at the other dual mission institutions. So we have a community college component at UVU and we have a university component at UVU. And so much of the conversation we have frames that as a binary. And what we're shifting to at UVU, and what makes me really excited in some ways, is the way in which we're trying to create pathways and stackability through that process. That supports low income and first generation students. I know, at least in practice, one of the ways I've worked with students to help them get through and persist is not to look at an 18-year-old staring down a 4-year degree, because 4 years for an 18-year-old might as well be a lifetime. And so looking at that outside is not always as effective as saying, look, here's a certificate program that's going to feed that ultimate goal, but you'll get a credential along the way. And here's the pathway to your associate's degree. And one of the things we all tend to do is move that into manageable chunks for our students to actually get through the big elephant of eating a college degree, so to speak. But a lot of the conversation is, are you a community college or are you a university? Are you here for a 4-year degree? Are you here for a stackable credential? Are you here for short-term training? And it's a lot of this binary. And we all know that what's best for our students is it's a both and proposition. Yes, it's to get to a bachelor's degree, but if students can find meaningful credentials along the way that will change their economic situation, that is also meaningful for our students too. And we're supportive of that as well. So just to, and this is where we're gonna start here on this next slide, start thinking through some of this and where we're at and where we're positioned. So I kind of want to do a bit of an online SWOT analysis, and I'll walk through what's on the screen right now, but I want you to start thinking about, for those of you who haven't done a SWOT analysis, that's an analysis of TRIO and Aspire strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And they're all present in our daily lives and in our daily work in one way or another. And so, and I haven't been in any position or role where all of those weren't present in one way or another. And it's important for us to be able to identify our strengths, but we also, must always remember as leaders and as educators to take a sober look at what our weaknesses are or what our threats are and be able to navigate that space too. So in terms of, and this was just me trying to put this together for this, and it's by no means comprehensive. And so as I talk through this, I want you to think about this as well. And on the other side of this, we'll hopefully have a bit of a conversation and try and keep track of where some of these things are. So strengths, I think we are data gathering machines in TRIO. That's how we do annual performance reports. And I think there is a ton of untapped resources in that data amongst all of us. We are collaborative. This space that we're in right now is collaborative across institutions. We have a long history of advocacy, and that is one thing TRIO should be very proud of, is that we have advocated at whatever level we've needed to in order to sustain these programs to serve our students. We are a very practical people. What do I need to do okay, I'll do that. We are very solution oriented and practical people in the way we approach our work. Theory's great and all, and it does inform everything, but how does that theory then translate into praxis? And what does it mean for us to take a theory or a big idea and turn it into what does this one-on-one interaction look like with this new EOC participant who wants to go to college right now? And how do we boil that down? And I think we're very good at that. I think we have a great asset right now in the fact that the immediate past president of the COE board is in our state. The current president of the Aspire region is in our state. And that we have Anthony as well. And I think that gives us this layered perspective. Right now, it's a magical moment, in my opinion, right now, to have this national, regional, and local perspective on how TRIO works. And I think that helps us to be a useful tool right now. Weaknesses, data framing and sharing, and Anthony mentioned in the business meeting, you know, the conference planning manual, the student leadership planning manual. Those are that's data sharing, and those are meaningful ways that we are developing to do this. I think there's a long way we can go to harness that data that we have as a strength in terms of our state. Even the view book that we give to the policymakers, a policy seminar, is a great way to do that. I think we are good at delivering the what we do message, but I think where our opportunity exists there is to answer the question, so what? So this is what you're doing. So what? How does that matter to our students? How does that matter in my school district? How does that matter in these other places? I think, you know, in terms of competition, we all know we get along, but you know, how do we collaborate, you know, in a meaningful way as a state and not compete in some ways? Because again, it matters to me that that the Upward Bound project at Snow College stays at Snow College, because it makes it better for my students from Ephraim when they come to UVU, and we do get them, and it's better for our students. So that's a meaningful thing. Again, and this was what I hinted at earlier, just kind of this piecemeal approach to strategy. We hear what kind of where COE is going, where the region's going, but we kind of reinvent the wheel every year sometimes. And I don't know that that's always, you know, the strongest approach. And it would be useful to me, just as a guy who cares about these programs, to have some cohesive communication and messaging about what our priorities are, so that we can make our echoes form that choir in a way. Opportunities. There is a new focus in higher education on first gen students. I'm going to get a little snarky here. I can't help myself sometimes. I just have to get just a little bit snarky. Sometimes I feel like when I listen to the discourse on first generation student services in the broader, you know, conferences and workshops outside of TRIO and all of this, everybody thinks that they've just like invented water all of a sudden. And there's this TRIO part of me that goes, we've been doing this for like 60 years. We have real experience in this too. And I think we have a real opportunity to make a meaningful difference for our students and on our campuses because of that deep long-term expertise we have in TRIO programs in that larger first gen conversation. I think we have a great opportunity right now because Utah's structure of higher education has been reshaped over the last year. They have merged the university system and the technical college systems into one big system, which could be wonderful and could be a nightmare. We'll all wait and see what that is. But anytime there's a shift like that, there's opportunity in that for us to become voices in that process for our students throughout the state. I think all of us are trying to figure out what the heck this new normal is coming out of the pandemic. I would like to get to whatever the new normal is a little faster than we are, but I think there's an opportunity into this. And I was talking to my leadership team about a week ago about this, and there's great opportunity in reframing how we approach everybody. There's a new appreciation for face-to-face stuff. There's a new and how do we take advantage of all of what is possible in the next year as we move into the next new normal and whatever that looks like. I also think that one of our opportunities is that we always are practical. I think that pragmatism that TRIO has for solutions goes a long ways to disrupting equity issues that we see throughout our educational systems in some ways or another, and diversity issues in there. Threats, I think we have some post-pandemic learning losses that have happened this last year. That's a threat. It's going to affect a lot of things, including APRs and, you know, our students really ready to go to college, and God help those juniors and seniors who have done in high school who have done this last 2 years in the middle of this when the system isn't functioning at its highest in some ways or another. So I think that's a real thing. And I also think that this post-pandemic period too has disproportionately affected our TRIO students in really meaningful ways. And I think it could be an opportunity, and our goal is always to turn threats into opportunities. But I think we need a sober look at what this impact really has meant throughout Utah. I've talked about kind of the digital divide in spaces in Utah in some ways. And for students here on the Wasatch Front in Utah County near UVU, where, you know, Wi-Fi is everywhere and Google is everywhere, connecting digitally hasn't been as much of a challenge as I heard from colleagues who are working in more rural areas of Utah, where school buses last spring were being driven into neighborhoods because they had Wi-Fi access and it wasn't to the home. So then the students in the K-12 system would go sit in their cars around the school bus to do their schoolwork. That's a real inequity for low-income students and first-generation students in our states. And I think we need to be really sober about that, because we know what's happened to them. We can carry that message into spaces that will support our students at our institutions through to completion. So with that, I'm going to shut up for 2 seconds and drink some water. I want to open this up for a bit of a conversation. I can't see the chat. I don't know why, and I don't know how to make it let me see the chat. So if you have something to say, just start shouting. Turn off your microphone and start shouting. And what are you seeing in your experience on your campuses, with your programs, with your students, that may be a strength, a weakness, an opportunity, or a threat, just so we can make sure we're like I say, I did my best to put together what I could think through, but that's just me. We as a group can think through this as well. So, and don't everybody jump at once, because I know how excited all the Utah TRIO folks are to speak up, but I really mean it. Speak up, because I do want to hear from those of you who are participating.
I want to mention quickly, Barney, when you mentioned the Wi-Fi in the parking lots and what bothered me was the way that the school districts were presenting it was like, oh, it's look what we're providing. And I was like, seriously? Like, they have to come sit in their car in the winter, And it was just, I don't know. It was just that complete lack of forethought, or again, what we're doing, look what we're doing. And we even just had our superintendent speak. The NAACP got the 3 superintendents together, and I listened in on that. And it's always touting what we're doing and not really admitting to the inequities and how much work needs to be done. And that's kind of frustrating. And then I just lastly want to say, and I know you and I've talked about this, but the money that's gone to the Utah Advising Corps is a lot of money. And again, yeah, I mean, I won't get into all the details of their model versus our models and things like that, but it's a lot of money that, like you said, we have a lot of experience and didn't have a say really in any of that, but
right. And I appreciate you bringing that up. That's a great example of where there was, I believe, a lost opportunity to efficiently use resources. I mean, what does it mean to have a Utah Advising Corps person in a school that's not served by TRIO, that's not served by GEAR, that's not served by one of the, that's a meaningful thing. It's a duplication in some ways in the spaces we're into. And I'm just saying that's a great both problem and an opportunity too moving forward. And with the reshifting of the USHE system, I think that's meaningful as well. Thank you. Thanks, Becky.
Hey, Barney, I want to say something. This is Lisa Livingston. How are you?
I am so good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I want to respond to what Rebecca said because I happen to be on a school board down here in Kane County and happen to be one of the rural districts that, actually decided to put buses in the neighborhoods. And it was a big decision and it was a huge expense. But we also decided that we would not only feed all of the children in our area, but also the children down in Fredonia. And that was an expense. And so I think we probably better be really careful about who we talk about in relation to this really weird time frame that we're living in. I think that I honestly believe we're all doing the best we can. And I just wanted to express that. To me, that was a strength to me.
Right. And go ahead.
Sorry, they have actually done a great job since then. They've gotten them where they can do it in their homes. It was just the initial sort of getting to where we are now. So I do give them credit for where we're at now.
And just to build on that, I don't know, again, if I go back to a year ago and the decisions that I know I had to make in my role and that my leadership team had to make in their roles at UVU in response to the pandemic, nothing about this last year has been ideal. And it was just like, what can we do as quickly as possible that we just have? I think the conversation we need to have about this, and I think both, I think there's credit to trying to get Wi-Fi into neighborhoods where it doesn't exist. Where we need to take one step back from that, in my opinion, and say, okay, how did this happen in the first place? Why are we not being mindful as a state education system to make sure this Wi-Fi exists? Because for some districts, that's been a reality for a long time. It's just one of those things that showed up amongst low-income students in a way that it had never shown up before. So, I think thinking about these systemic things, and I think we could have some impact on what that meant for our students in this, but then to say, okay, how do we now join a conversation about so that we can make sure we're showing up in not just in a pivot in a pandemic, but regularly for low-income and first-generation students. So, yeah, anybody else want to weigh in?
Barney, can you see chat now? Kyle.
Yeah, I can see chat now.
Okay. Kyle chimed in.
But I can't.
So did Janet.
Catch up. Sorry, I was talking.
I just mentioned in there that I think we have so much talent in Utah, and it's really cool to see, and a lot of folks that really want to work and not necessarily be in the spotlight. Not saying that includes me, but there's a lot of people here that just really bring a lot to the table, and it's always really cool to see, especially when we convene like this on a yearly basis. One thing that I've really been trying to work past, and this is the weaknesses part, is the policies that we each have. When we come together at the roundtables, for example, we keep asking, well, what are you doing? And we get, well, we can't do this and we can't do that. And some of us can and some of us can't. And so it's trying to figure out how we can do some patchwork collaboratively within the policies within our own institutions. And I know with the U of U, we have quite a bit of policy barriers right now to even conducting our program. And it's really hard to do that on our Upward Bound program anyway. And then seeing others that don't, and where does that, how can we move past that so that we can each be offering our students very similar types of services? Not to say that why can't we do that when you are, but really, why can't we and you are kind of thing. So it's just that higher level conversation and how each of our institutions interprets what's going on right now.
Right, and I'll agree with you there. And in the pandemic, that's become, at least my exposure to the conversations around how the institutions have responded to the pandemic and I know I assume, I don't know, I assume there's a good number of policy decisions long-term that have been impactful in some ways. This isn't just a pandemic problem, but it's been interesting to see all of the universities respond. And the U, for example, because of the U hospital system, has had a very different response than anybody else because of that role in the state in some ways too. And so it is interesting. And are there opportunities for, if Kyle at the U is encountering some kind of hiccup or policy problem that I'm not, and maybe let's just say it's a purchasing problem, right? That I'm not having with my Upward Bound or our Upward Bound at UVU, how do we get our accountants at UVU and the University of Utah to talk to each other and figure out how to solve that problem in that office? But I think that requires us to talk through what our challenges are as well. So thank you for sharing that too.
I think jumping off of what Janet said, her students were amazingly persistent in the fall, but are falling off this term. I think it's an opportunity and a threat. Like you said, the new normal, the complacency that they're used to not having to show up places. So it's an opportunity to try and engage them in, especially our participants, engage in new ways for them to show up. But I think fighting that, even me, I'm such an extrovert, but then somebody will be like, come to this thing. And I'm like, no, like stepping out of my house suddenly, even though my extroverted personality, like stepping out is a challenge. And I think we're going to see that a lot with our students as well.
Yeah, I think that's, and for good reason. This has created some, and I think I think there is an opportunity. I think there is a threat there too. And I think part of what we all have to do is figure out what that is. How do we step back into that space and take up physical space again? And how do we not just we do it for ourselves, because it is a thing. And I think we've got to be honest that we've all gone through this. And it's been, I know for me, trying to navigate all of what all this has been magical. Let's say that. And it's up and down. And so we're all trying to honestly heal our way through this ourselves, and then to be supportive to heal our students through this too. So I think that's a great observation.
Barney?
Yes.
Just a quick housekeeping moment.
Yes.
As everyone, there are 55 folks here and probably 55 very important, lots of ideas that may not all be shared during the next half hour. Just a note, when we break into our state meetings, we have a place, our institutional group, we have a place for all of your input. So please type it out into a document or something, hold on to it and get it to each of these groups so that we can compile. We don't want to miss any of these. So yeah.
Right, and thank you for that note too. I meant to say that up front, that we will be breaking out into institutional teams. While we're all a big trio family, right? Each of us have different contextual elements that are driving our thing, and my mom has 7 sisters, and the way she ran our household was very different than the way my Aunt Eileen ran her household. And so you all are running your own households. You all got your laundry to do too. And trying to talk through that as a cohesive group at an institution is going to be meaningful. So if you've got ideas, there's going to be plenty of ways to do that, but part of those conversations later on as well. So I think if anybody else has anything pressing about SWAT, we'll move on to the next topic. Are we good? Let me reshare my screen. Share screen, come back. Okay. Share. Okay. So what these two slides are interrelated, this one and the next one. So I know all of us work to build awareness of our programs, our students, their needs, our coalitions, our friends, our institutional partners, our external partners. All of that's a real thing that we're trying to do. So this set of questions relates to awareness. So what are people retaining? So and it's not just with TRIO, but with a lot of things. I'm like, how many times do I have to tell you this same spiel about my program before you will remember it? That is a question I ask internally, not externally a lot. But it's a two-way street too, because maybe I'm not delivering it in a way that's on the communication side. On the awareness side, maybe we need to ask ourselves who's not consistently hearing about TRIO programs in your institution, your target areas, your target schools, or at the state level that needs to hear about these programs. Do you know of gaps in the system that we need to meaningfully fill in terms of raising awareness, number one? And number two, how do we do that? So what governance structures exist at your institution? Locally, your school district, we've got a school board member on here. That's an example of this, like that TRIO educators either do or should consistently participate in. And so, like I say, hearing a school board member, that is a perspective that we just had a minute ago that is important for all of us to hear in this space, because especially for like our talent search and Upward Bound programs, we're all trying to get through this, and how do we affect those boards? Another example is, not necessarily, well, to some degree related to our TRIO work at UVU, but we have connections with the United Way of Utah County. I know there are connections with the United Way of Salt Lake County by SLIC and the U, and I know there are connections to the United Way of Wasatch County by Weber State. What would it mean for all of us to have consistent messaging to the United Way in our areas? And is there a way to do that? And is there a way for us to map that? So I'm just going to shut up now, but let's think about, where are gaps? You may perceive gaps in awareness. You all have in your proposals, community partners, institutional partners, all of that exists. What do you wish existed in there? Or what do you think you're doing? And what partnerships are meaningful to you that may be useful for us to develop locally at other institutions in the state on behalf of Upward Bound or first gen and low income students? And I'm going to shut up now, and now it's your turn. And don't everybody speak at once, because,
You're asking who we work with?
Well, I'm just asking maybe who you have, and maybe that's a thing, and I'll throw that out there. Who are you working with? Who should you be working with? Who do you think we all should be working with? Yeah. So all of the above.
I'll just throw out, I meet with the United Way.
Okay.
Sometimes they've given, it's not our program because it's our Ogden School District Gear Up program that runs our tutoring, the tutoring for the school district, but they have provided funds so that we have a tutoring coordinator, and even money, some of the money goes towards hourly wages versus work study, and we can pay them a good wage. And so that has probably been our biggest outside partnership, and they do have money sometimes or all the time, or however you want to put it. And so sometimes they can be a good partner.
Okay. So we've got the United Way. Do we have, where anybody else have suggestions? Are you, and I'll bring this back, are we talking to our school boards? What does our relationship with our school boards look like, especially for Upward Bound and talent search programs? And maybe it's great and maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as what does that look like too?
I'm just curious to know if other programs have really struggled to get in contact with their schools. That's something that we have seen, is that I think maybe just because the K through 12 and our schools are just so overrun and overwhelmed, maybe that's a little bit what's going on. But I mean, we've really done our best to reach out with them, to stay in contact with them, to say, here's how we are still serving your students, and here's what that looks like in terms of moving things virtually and things that way. Here's our plans for your students in the future. When do you feel like will we welcome back in the schools to provide tutoring in person? Like, we try to have all those conversations with the schools, but just trying to get a hold of them this year has been a nightmare. And I'm just hoping that we're not the only ones that are alone in that. But most certainly just getting them on the phone has been a struggle for us.
So we're going to pretend we're in a business meeting now. And so everybody on mic, and if you agree with that statement and that experience over the last year, say aye.
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 Okay, so you're not the only one. So congratulations to that. And I will, you know, again, I think this last year has been kind of a nightmare in terms of that. And I know, at least in my role, I at least 3 times a week think to myself, why did I get a graduate degree in education? I should have gotten a graduate degree in public health. That should have been what just based on this last year. And I think a lot of us are operating, a lot of administrators are right here trying not to drown too. And as are we, and that's the reality too. So yeah, I think that's, you know, how do we consistently message with them? And so that even in a moment like this, they'll know that Talent Search has got their students' backs, and the kids in Talent Search in their buildings, they're going to get services. And how do we make sure they know that going in too? And how do we communicate that as well? Absolutely. Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Bryce Rogers. Can you see
Hi,
me?
Bryce Rogers.
I'm down in Grand County, and especially this year, I just started partnering with our health clinic, our free health clinic in town, as well as our multicultural center and outreach. They're trying to kind of make a collaborative piece. So I kind of wormed my way in there with the idea of they're going to see students coming before I do. So if they see a family coming into town that's really struggling, health-wise, job-wise, if they're very low income and they don't have any other resources, that kid gets put on my radar rather quickly. So they're great resources if you have that opportunity.
That is a great connection, and healthcare and education are a good pairing often. Absolutely, that's a great connection. Anybody else? Okay, well, we'll jump to the next one. So, and this is a different, so we can't always control what people hear and what they retain, much as we'd like to the, you know, but we can talk about, you know, what are we saying? And maybe this is a question about almost what you're doing in terms of strategies. Like, how are you getting the word out to your institutional and community partners about what is your kind of communication style plan and what is working? Like, there's always an issue of timing, like hitting the right person at the right time, and they'll hold on to the materials and they'll remember. You know, do you share the data of your impact beyond with your institutional colleagues, with your vice presidents, with your district administrators? I mean, those are all questions about, like, and what do you think is working for you in terms of that too? Because I think, you know, in some ways it's hit and miss in terms of what we're trying to do here as well. No? No? We're not communicating? I mean, that's an answer too, and that's okay. Again, this is a loving, caring space here too. And one of the things I've struggled with for a long time is trying to remember to communicate with all of my constituencies, trying to remember all these people are in this wheelhouse. How do we effectively reach out? And that's part of what we're trying to get to here is, you know, is there a time and a place and a manner for all of us to try and do something meaningful in terms of communication with our stakeholders? So,
Barney.
Yes.
This is Kimberly Hyatt.
Hi, Kimberly Hyatt.
Hi, Barney. So just thinking about how SSS is limited, right? We can't recruit students from high schools to our institution. So I'm just wondering about the idea of, we'd love to toot our own horn and tell people how wonderful we are in our own institution. And I think that our team here has done a pretty good job of doing that. But as far as letting like feeder programs, upward bound programs know about us, that's a delicate line to walk. So, I mean, can we give them infographics about us as, you know, just not recruiting students to our program, but just how can they let their students know, like we would let our students know who maybe would go to Logan or who are interested in transferring to other places, that, hey, look for TRIO. You look for TRIO wherever you go and you will not go wrong. They will bless your life. Is there a way to do that without doing something inappropriate?
I totally think that there is. And I think that there's, you know, for example, you know, in Upward Bound, students make their selections and they make their decisions about where they're going to attend. Then what does it mean for that Upward Bound director to send off an email to an SSS program at another state and say, Sarah and Tommy and Joe and Sally are all coming to Snow College. They were in my Upward Bound program. I want to make sure that you know that, and I connected them there, and even copying Sarah and Joey and all of them on that communication so that then they have that linkage too. I think there's a way to do that, but I think you're right. There is a delicate dance here too in terms of what we do. But you know, even institutional messaging matters too, because if I can say to my president or my vice president, here's, for example, I'll just use something. Here's the institution's graduation rate, and here's SSS's graduation rate. And there's a 20-point positive difference between those two things. Administrators will pay attention to that. And if I can say that to my vice president, and Weber can say it to their vice president, and Utah State can say it to their vice president, so that our institutional leaders, because they get together too, have that awareness too, I think it helps broker it for all of us. So how are we talking about that on our campuses? I think that's a great question. And I think we all need to think meaningfully about, you know, and to some degree, you know, we all have a lot of love in here and we all want to get the work done, but it's not tooting our own horns either for us to brag a bit, to say our, you know, our retention office, to say, here's what we're doing over here. I think it might matter for all of the students at Weber State to think about how to do this in some ways. And I don't know that that's a complete answer, but I think it's an answer.
Like,
Good morning. This is Mike.
Okay. Hi, Mike. And speaking of someone who I've called and said, I've got a student coming your way. Hi, Mike Anderson.
I appreciate you throwing in Snow College there a few times. Just real quickly, I think a lot of us, we just are so tied into doing the the daily activities and serving our students that we forget the importance of doing this, of the communication and awareness with the institution. And I love the questions that we're discussing here. And I think it's kind of a shift in focus, I know, for us at Snow College to focus more on the awareness and the communication part. I know in SSS, we're going to be struggling to get our numbers for fall. It's just a unique year. And so making a shift and communicating more effectively to the stakeholders involved and sharing what we have is going to help us in that effort.
Oh, and I appreciate you sharing that, Mike, too. And I think that's part of what we want to think about in terms of what the plan is moving forward is, you know, I'm gonna just confess here, I didn't get my EOC data to Anthony in time for the policy booklet. I'm one of, and it just, I should know to expect it then, but are there moments where we can meaningfully gather that we all just can count on? And we know that someone's going to ask me in December for these data points on my APR for that. And we just know that's going to happen. Do we ask on the same day as the deadline of the APR, since it's already open on all of our screens? Thinking through that communication so that we can, you know, we can gather that in some ways and show and check in and show up for each other is meaningful too. I know someone else was going to say something. Was it Kyle?
I'd like to, before we get too far away from Kim.
Hi, Paula.
Hi, Barney. I wanted to respond quickly after Kim's comment, although Mike just was on the jump there. He beat me to it. But having sat across from Kim recently and talking about our programs, and as she shared with me how they follow up with each student on the campus here at USUE, I was so impressed. And honestly, and working with EOC, I'm working with adults who are just entering college. I'm not in a high school situation, but I'm finding them and bringing them into college. And I'm going to tell every single person to be sure and hook up with her and to get on board with SSS, because they have a tracking system for helping students once they start at the university that is just really incredible. And so another thing, Kim, might be to invite other TRIO leaders, invite other people and recruiters, especially all your recruiters who are helping to bring people into the university. Ask them to come and sit with you for a few minutes and say, I'd really love to share with you our new program that we're doing, that follows and tracks every single student and keeps on top of what they're doing, because I was really impressed. And on my part, I will be sending each person that I get in to come and work with you and find you, even if I have to walk over there and walk them into your office, because it's valuable what you're doing to help the students in it. And all of us who are struggling to get these kids to go on to college, do we want them to fail out the first quarter because they aren't communicating with anybody? Hello, who in any TRIO program would not want to know there is a loving hand at the university that's going to track them, talk to them? So that's what I'd recommend. I'm really impressed with what you're doing. And so I think we need to really support each other and spread the word when we see someone doing something really.
Arnie?
Yes.
Paula.
Thanks,
Oh, sorry.
Paula.
I think that we have an embedded structural weakness in TRIO that we probably can't, we can't undo because it's structural, but and I think then it affects the communications. And that I think I can best describe it by a conversation. We have a professor that I've been working in a working group with about increasing access to work study. And when I joined the group, he said, "Oh, you're with TRIO. When I went to Texas, I was told I couldn't join the TRIO program because they were full." Right? And so we have high intensity resources for that reason, right? To be high intensity. But I loved your slide at the beginning where it said, we're not in the big race. If you're defining that as Utah legislature appropriated applies to everybody everywhere funds. Right. So, I mean, that's a challenge, right? Because institutions, they're looking at serving everyone, not excluding. I mean, that might be also embedded, right, across time. Access and equity, I don't think it might, it is. But I think we could enhance our communication about one of the roles of TRIO. It's true, we serve these, but part of our mandate is to, with the institution, lead or be involved with programs that are similarly serving similar populations. That is part of our mandate. So I feel like that's a place we could, because, I don't know if the word is friction, but it seems like there's just that particular conversation comes up over and over again. Like, how do we scale SSS across the whole institution? Anyway, so yeah.
And that's a reality too. And in terms of the pipeline to SSS, it's well suited for, say, Upward Bound, but Talent Search, which has 600, students. I mean, Keith and I have talked about this at UVU too. We've got 1,000 participants in EOC. Keith has 150 spots in SSS. That's a difference. So then the communication also becomes like, we can't scale SSS to serve the entire institution. EOC doesn't have the capacity to go as deep with people as SSS does. But then how are we talking to our institutional partners to make sure that if there isn't space in, say, an SSS program for somebody, you can get this resource from the Women's Success Center and this resource from the retention office? And how are we doing that too, so that if a student walks into the retention office at UVU and says, hi, I was in Upward Bound, they will know what that means and will be able to then articulate, because that's going to serve all of us. That's Upward Bound's got a report on outcomes 6 years later. Talent Search does too. That's a reality too that is part of the warp and weave too, in terms of our scale and our ability to scale to these numbers too. And that's where it becomes important for us to be able to say, look, if you would just implement this mentoring program on campus for first-gen students at scale that we're piloting in SSS, right? We may be able to make a meaningful difference for everybody. And then, you know, my EOC kid that comes out of Orem and lands in Logan will still have the supports that they need. So I think that's a great observation, Anthony.
There's also from the chat from Kyle.
I can't see. I've got to stop sharing this so I can see the damn chat again. Sorry. Yeah.
So I don't know if you can hear me. I've been trying.
I can hear you.
I thought my mic was off. Anyway, I wanted to bring this up because it's something I certainly have seen in the state of Utah. I can have a message even at my institution and it won't be heard. And if someone who is not a person of color says the same thing, they will be heard. And I kind of feel that my predecessor had a big voice. She was huge in the TRIO community, but she was also a white woman. And that spoke volumes on our campus. And my voice doesn't carry as loud or as far. And I've noticed that within the state as well. And this is very different from Nevada, where I came from. And that's been a very difficult thing for me to try to reconcile. Is the work is important, and I'm not trying to be a victim in any way, but at the same time, the issue is real. When I bring certain things to the table at my own institution, that is not necessarily heard because the leaders at our institutions are not necessarily diverse, and TRIO doesn't necessarily fit that diversity bucket directly the way some other programs do. And so when I bring the TRIO message, if it's not coupled with or tucked into a diversity message, I tend not to get heard. And that is frustrating. And I don't know what to do with that. And this is where I think we can leverage each of our resources together and come up with that, the unifying message, because as much as I hate to say it, they're not listening to me at my institution. And then I don't know that they would listen to me outside of my institution. So for me, it's a big personal barrier that we really need to discuss and kind of move past. So that's where I was coming at, and that hopefully answered Kim's question about what do you mean by who's bringing the message, and that's really where I'm putting this at. I want to move past it. I don't want to stay and look at how bad it is for these certain groups of people. What we need to do is look at what the unifying message is and together move that forward.
I appreciate you sharing that, Kyle, too. And I think that's a reality on many of our campuses. It's certainly something I've observed on my own campus in really problematic ways in some ways too. And that's kind of where I go back to one of the slides earlier, where there's so much intersectionality in terms of socioeconomic status, race and ethnicity, gender, sexuality, all of that intersects right up in our programs in some way or another. And so I think I think you're wise, Kyle, in a lot of ways, obviously, but just in the fact that, how do we leverage our messaging so that it always doesn't have to be framed through a race and ethnicity lens, but that is part of the conversation. And I think, in my opinion, in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion work moving forward, we've got to nuance those conversations more than they have been in some ways too, and get at those intersectionalities. And I think, if your voice isn't being heard at the University of Utah, Kyle, I have to then ask the question, and I know, voices of color aren't heard at my institution. Are my students' voices going to be heard at that institution too? And that matters as well. And that's something I think we do have insight in terms of this community too. And so, yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. Anybody else?
Barney.
Hi.
This is Kimberly again. I just like to thank Kyle for clarifying that for me. Down here at USU Blanding, 70% or more of our students are Native American. And so I guess maybe that's why I needed it clarified, because we take very seriously the majority of our students, their voice is heard in TRIO. Now, I dare say that in some other areas of our institution, it may not have been heard for a while, but I think now, and maybe in the last little while, and maybe for a while it's been heard, it's being heard. And so that saddens me, Kyle, but I'm seeing people make comments right now that your voice is very important. I've heard your voice. I've only been in TRIO for 2.5 years, and I've heard it on the state and national level. And though you have a very soothing voice and a calming voice, I think it's a wonderful, powerful voice. And I would say, not being from Utah, but born and raised in California, that it's okay for you to say, hear me, and to express that your voice needs to be heard. And it's okay as a white woman for me to hear someone say, I don't think you are hearing me. And because of that, I don't think you're hearing our students of color. And if you haven't been given that permission as an older white woman, I'm going to tell you right now, you have mine to be able to say that.
Thanks, Kimberly. Let me check the time here. How am I doing? Oh, see, always more work than there is time. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit on this because I think I can wrap up these last couple of things pretty quickly here. So, and share. Now and get to the right spot. So let me just see where we're going. And maybe we have strategic collaboration, obviously, that we're here because of strategic collaboration right now. The Student Leadership Conference is an example of strategic collaboration amongst us. And maybe this to some degree relates, I don't know. Is there a way to develop a statewide communication plan and thinking through what opportunities exist there? I also got to thinking about, are there geographic collaborations that can happen? And I will say this as a former Upward Bounder who, when I was in Upward Bound, was so young, we went to Snow College for the day and hung out with their Upward Bound during the summer program. And we had the most memorable water fight I've ever had in my life. So kudos to Snow College Upward Bound at the time. I mean, it was so much fun. But we did that every year, and it worked because UVU and Snow are geographically near each other, right? That was one thing I thought about is are there pairings or triads we could facilitate throughout the state to kind of collaborate, right? I think about Dixie and SUU's proximity to one another. I think about the Wasatch Front schools. I look at the USU campuses in Price and Blanding near UVU, and I see these too. I also, though, the one thing that also occurred to me too, though, is there a mission-based collaboration related to this based on our institutional mission? So what am I saying? Is there some collaboration, for example, in Utah amongst the three dual mission institutions, Dixie, Weber, and UVU, because we have that community college, state college mission? Is there collaboration that could advocate for low-income and first-generation students amongst our more selective institutions like the University of Utah and Utah State and even Westminster? Is there a way that SLIC and Snow as two-year schools can collaborate in some ways? And what then does the relationship also look like with USU, Price, and Blanding too? Because there's components that are shared too. And I'm just throwing that out there about ways maybe to rethink that. And maybe we don't have enough time for the input on that, but I'm encouraging you to start thinking maybe in terms of your institutional conversations about what that may look like. And then I'll jump back to, and we've covered this a bit, but the United Way, and are there, you know, what would it mean for us to bring our list of community partners from all of our proposals, right, together and cross-reference them statewide and say, wow, like we're all up in United Way's business everywhere in Utah, and we should leverage that meaningfully in a way where it's not just me doing it in Utah County, or it's not just Rebecca doing it in Weber County. How do we leverage that too? And so that's something, you know, to think about here in this next, probably in your institutional things. Let me see, I'm gonna jump past here. The last place I think I wanna land on before we break up is I wanna return back to this notion of the microcosm of institutions, because one of the other challenges I've seen, and I've been on the conference committee in the past, you know, when it's UVU's turn, when it was UVSC's turn. I've done this a few times, but one of the things is what do people want? And the question about, you know, call for proposals and what kind of trainings do we want and who do we want to speak? And this goes back to that planning thing, but what, at least in my eyes, what it would mean if I kind of had an idea that folks are looking for this kind of training. You know, is it a conversation about diversity, equity, and inclusion and the intersectionality with socioeconomic status to address something that Kyle was talking about? Is it a way to fundraise and, you know, leverage our community partners, and how do we do that in a meaningful way? So I'm just throwing this out here and returning back to the microcosm just to kind of frame it out and say, you know, do you need, or can you offer? That's the other thing. It's not always about taking. We're a community here too, and you all have expertise in these areas as well. I have expertise in certain things. I am crap at other things. Don't ask me anything about IT ever. I don't know, but I'm good at some other stuff in some other ways. And so what's your expertise? What expertise in terms of budgeting and finance do you have in your areas that can help others? And think about it maybe even through your institutional structure. So curriculum, what are the wraparound services like? Are there ways we can collaborate, or we know how to address some basic needs and securities for our students? All of those things. And I'm just listing this up here just for you to look through and think about as part of your institutional discussions coming up here shortly as well. And we're 2 minutes away from that at this point. So, you know, what do you need and what can you offer? And that's an important thing too, that I think, you know, we have the answers here too. I think no one of us alone knows how to do it, other than, you know, probably Anthony, because he's state president. And so he has all of the answers and all of the strategies. And that is what you should expect when you're the state president, is you have to be that person. But, you know, how do we inform that too, in some ways too? And so, you know, Samantha, get ready to be the expert in all things. You know, so I want us to break up into institutional conversations. I sent emails out for one person at each institution to facilitate the conversation. And so hopefully you got that this morning, that has all of these questions on it in an email that you could, you know, as facilitator, take a few notes and then be able to send back, just so we have a record of what was discussed. But, you know, what's missing? Put your institutional glasses on. What's missing from the SWOT analysis? What strategies are you using to create awareness? How are you communicating? What collaborations exist? And then what professional development expertise do you have, or do you need from the association in some ways? And so I am now going to shut up and I'm going to stop sharing. And we're going to take about 30 minutes to have those discussions. And at this point, I have Paul Belvin, again, our IT guru and lifesaver for this entire conference. Can you help us go to our breakout kind of institutional discussions?
Yes, I can. And so everyone, I have used a feature in Zoom to pre-assign everyone to a breakout room by your institution. If for some reason you end up in a place that is not your institution, just leave the breakout room and come back here to the main group and I'll manually assign you. So hopefully with a click of a button here, this will take off.
And we'll take 30 minutes and then just rejoin this one after 30 minutes. Thank you all.
Thank you. So open all rooms. Looks like there's a few that did not take. So I'm going to have to pivot here and manually assign some.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yes.
I am the only one from Dixie that's on this Zoom this morning. So can I go with someone with a similar mission maybe?
Sure. Who would you like to go with?
I forget, who's got the dual missions? Is it?
So it would be
you?
Weber or UVU.
Weber or UVU, whichever.
Okay. I will put you in UVU, and let me find your name here.
Thank you.
Okay. Right.
Barney,
Yes.
I don't want Paul scratching his head trying to
Oh
figure
yeah,
out.
Paula goes with UVU.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's all right. I'm usually kind of a lone duck, so I didn't want him to think, what do I do with this person?
You stuck out already. I noticed the email, so I'll put you in right now.
So if we can still see you, then does that mean that we don't have a room?
Correct. Well, I'm manually putting you in, and so it may just be quicker. Let's see.
It's just like
Janice, what school are you with?
Utah State University in Logan.
All right, there you go. Heidi
Also
Kessler?
USU.
UVU, okay.
USU.
USU, okay. There you go. Jason Biggs?
Weber State.
Bryce Rogers?
USU.
Okay. Eddie Hoyle?
He's Weber.
Okay. Okay, I got some people with no last names here. Lisa?
SUU.
Sorry, you broke up.
Sorry, Southern Utah University.
Okay. And Lucy? Okay, how about Kenny?
University of Utah.
Okay. Jess Crank?
Utah State University.
Okay. Mike, you said you were Snow, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Paul, this is Sarah Golding. I'm with Snow College.
Great, I was on your name right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
How about Stephanie?
Weber State.
Okay. And Teresa Fraser?
USU.
And Tony Gomez?
Weber State.
And Makina Christensen?
University of Utah.
Okay. And Shania Chi?
USU.
Okay. Okay, so the only three that I'm showing that's unassigned is Lucy, Sally, and Star. Star Blanding. Sally Blanding. Lucy, kind of Blanding here.
Paul?
Yes.
All of it looks like there's some confusion about the different USUs. So all of the USUs, a lot of the people who've been talking are just going, they might be in Eastern or Blanding, but they're all just going to USU. And actually that might be the most effective anyway, to have all of USU talking together as one institution.
Okay.
Also, also I'd still like to go with UVU. Please.
UVU.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Rachel, are you choosing not to join a breakout room?
I was in Eastern all by myself, and so I came back because I thought that I might have, everybody else might be with USU. So, and I think that might be true.
Right. So I will put you in with the USU. Okay. Barney, are you there? Hey, Lisa and Lucy.
Say that again.
Hi. You all had a small group. Would you like to go with someone else?
Do you want to put me in another, okay, let's see. Are they just by institution or are they by program?
Initially, it was set up by institution, but Dixie only had one participant, and so we put them with their program.
Yeah, so how would you, if I'm in talent search, can you put me with another program that has a talent search program? Can you put me in another room?
I know off the top of my head, I believe there's one in blending, correct?
Yeah, do you want to put me over there? That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, Paul. How are you?
Good, Paul. How about yourself?
Good.
I try and listen
Everyone-
in on the workout.
Yeah. Right now, everyone's been assigned to a breakout room by institution, and so they're just coming up with some plans by institution. And so that's how come it's kind of quiet at the moment.
Yeah, good. I decided I shouldn't listen in on the business meeting and all your internal business, but this would be one way for me to catch up. Did you
Sure.
get good attendance today?
We did, yeah.
Good.
And so, yeah, it was good participation, and probably even more so tomorrow because of the speakers. And,
Yeah, the president who's speaking is very interesting. It's unusual and really intriguing background for a president.
I agree. It's very impressive. I've been here a short time, but yeah, she impresses me.
She's been good for the institution and good for TRIO.
I believe so. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Good.
And yeah, I can compare to past university presidents that I've experience with, and by far she's outstanding compared to others.
Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, the president means a lot. It's the people, it's the other people who do the work, but the president kind of sets the ceiling on what can happen.
That's true.
We were doing another Zoom thing this morning, and Marilyn and I were presenting, and in the middle of it, we got blank blue screen saying computer watchdog system must shut down, and then it went through this long process of shutting down. Then when it finally did that, we rebooted and had to get back in and get reset up. Gave me a nightmare about tomorrow.
Well, so far, I think I've only experienced one technology glitch, and it was something that I hadn't done before. It was 50% effective, but I pre-assigned people to the breakout rooms by their institution, and 50% got assigned, and the other 50% I had to manually assign. So, but yeah, so far it's the only glitch, and other people so far this morning has shared their PowerPoint presentations with no issues. So
good.
I expect for it to go smoothly tomorrow as well.
But we'll be tuning into the president's presentation, so we'll already be logged in and ready when it comes to our thing. So I think so. I guess we won't be able to test it in advance, but at the point where you can make us hosts to be able to share the screen, we'll be ready.
Okay. Yeah, it should go without a hitch, and the president will be sharing her screen, and she'll have a couple of videos. I know it's embedded in hers, and so I did a little test run on that, and that worked. So
good.
And I shut down everything and rebooted my PC last night to make sure everything worked okay. So hey, Barney.
Hi, Paul Thayer. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How about yourself?
Living the dream. Every day's better than the last.
Oh, that's great to hear.
I appreciate you
Couldn't be
and
better than
Marilyn
that.
being willing to facilitate tomorrow. I think we're going in a good direction. So.
Oh, great. We're looking forward to it. We're a little bit worried about how much we're trying to pack into a short time, but we're excited about doing it.
I just based on kind of our conversation this morning is just what I think may be helpful, and I don't know if you do what you want to do, Paul. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, helping people see that there are big ways to lead and small ways to lead, and that, and I'll just use an example, maybe someone in a TRIO office, and I know there's more than a few of these, that are budget managers. So is there a way they can facilitate trainings for people on the budget, helping people see that it's not a stretch to take up a leadership role too. And it's not always aspire president isn't necessarily what we're talking about necessarily. It is, but it's not too.
Yes. Yeah. Good.
But yeah, I'm excited to see your presentation tomorrow, and yeah, I appreciate you and Marilyn sticking around even into retirement to keep your finger in the TRIO programs too.
Yeah, what a good community to stay connected to.
Yeah, it is, and what a great role too, because you've seen a lot of it over the years. So
yeah.
Hey Barney, do you want to stick to the schedule? Like it's like 11:45 now. Do you want me to just, or a minute before? Do you want me to send a message saying that I'll close the breakout rooms in a minute, or do you want me to give them more time?
If you can do that, I don't know how to. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just going to listen in if that's okay.
Yeah, I think what we're doing is going to do a really quick report out right here in a minute about kind of what they've talked about in their institutional teams. I'm essentially going to ask them what their number one suggestion is based on what we talked about this morning. So
great. Oh.
So I just send them a message, and in a minute I'll bring them back.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Paul.
You bet.
Paul, you're doing a great job of moving us around. What a feeling of power it must be for you. You go there. So anyway, thank you for the good job you're doing.
Thank God for Paul.
Every institution, every organization needs a Paul.
No kidding. And I need 3 to 5 Pauls just to get me through an afternoon. So yeah.
So Barney, do you have to slip him some money to keep him on just focused on us, or?
Yeah,
You got a little slush fund to keep Paul right in your head.
Yeah, I got to keep Paul happy. That's for sure. So yeah, I'm always trying to strategize because he, saves our bacon from time to time. So yeah, especially like last summer when we had to pivot to virtual Upward Bound. Yeah.
I saw Paul Thayer. Did I see Paul Thayer?
You did see Paul Thayer.
Where'd he go? Oh, there you are.
Hello. Good morning.
We are excited to have Paul Thayer with us. You see, we've got most everybody.
I want to endorse the idea that I just heard about every organization needing a Paul.
Yeah. Second.
I agree with that.
Yeah, we're excited to have Paul and Marilyn with us tomorrow to do some leadership development stuff too. And so based on our conversations today and stuff like that, start thinking about the ways big and small we can all contribute to the mission here. And Paul's going to listen to us kind of report out now. So I'm going to share my screen one more time to kind of give us, so I can keep track of the list I have in front of me. And so here's the question from your discussions. And we'll just kind of go down this list because we can't share everything. I'm sure you all had robust discussions and there's a million things to share. And I think your facilitators are going to bring that information back a little bit later for a group of us to chew on. But so the question is, and we'll try and get through this, what is the number one suggestion your institutional team has from your conversation that you think needs to be added to the larger dialogue in terms of a statewide strategic plan or directions we need to go, or, you know, threats or opportunities or weaknesses or strengths or whatever? And so here's the list in geographical order from north to south. So see where you're at on the list, because that's how my mind works. I start at the top of the state and work my way down. So we will start out with USU Logan.
Barney, we didn't actually prioritize it, but I'm confident that many on our team would agree that the number one would be our sort of butting heads between feeling bound by policy and regulations. I mean, we are bound by regulations, but understanding how we need to be as nimble as possible. Right, because if the institution feels like we have this tool, but it's now locked into 5 years of however it's operating, and we actually do have a lot of operating flexibility, and for us to recognize and realize and understand that could be very beneficial.
Okay, thanks, Anthony. Weber State.
So I think that was me. So our team had a lot of really good conversations about overcoming barriers and everything that we have at our institution. But I think the one thing we wanted to report on was Sam Sessions had a really good idea to have our own type of trio day on campus, maybe where we could reserve, like we have a bridge on campus where a specific group of people can put up posters and different types of information in the bridge, and then also coordinate that with like a booth in our union building and invite in some of the like local press just to talk about what our programs are and what services we provide to the local community. And I think we all think that's a great idea, and we're probably going to get started on that for this next year. So yeah.
Nice. That's a great suggestion. Okay, University of Utah.
We had a pretty good conversation around, it was more centered around, do they know us or do they not, kind of thing at the institutional level. But one thing that I think surfaced for me is the sense of shared resources. If we could look at a way that we can share different types of resources across our programs. I really like the idea of the roundtables. That's added so much to the thought process of our teams and generating strategies and ways to move forward. But even beyond that, what kind of forms do you use, for example, or what types of curriculum, what does your curriculum look like with your Upward Bound program? A clearinghouse, if you will, at the state level, so that we can start to share these resources. Maybe if one institution doesn't feel like they have that strength in a certain area, they can see what others are doing, which I know we do informally now, but if we could kind of formalize that.
Okay, state level clearinghouse. That's such a great idea. Do we have Salt Lake Community College? 100% no. Slick. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. UVU.
So in our group, we had a really good conversation, and some of the things that came out of it was both kind of a strength and an opportunity, and that is of, you know, how do we get word out about our program, both to our participants and to the larger community, you know, the campus community and so forth. And one of the things was mentioned, though giving out flyers is good, videos are even better. And example was that Jessica for Upward Bound, in the schools have created a simple little 5-minute video. It's really powerful of just in that format getting that out. And same with in my department, Camille and Maggie that have created videos. At first it's like, well, you know, we're not actors, we can't do that. But they says, let's just do it. Let's do these videos and let's do those for internal training ones about how do you handle this student that's come to the front desk, that's got these questions and so forth. So they're actually trained in that. And then the last thing that we found, and both Dixie crashed our party, you know, just so you know that. So we had.
I know, I told Dixie to crash your party.
But we both have Canvas. So we use Canvas on our campus. That's how students communicate with their instructors. They turn in assignments and so forth. But we have Trio Canvas groups. And that's where they get all their information about things upcoming. And so students are already used to using Canvas. So use the right communication platform, whether that's a video or Canvas. So great strengths and also opportunities to improve on.
Well, you may not be an actor, Keith, but I am. So
yeah,
thanks. Thanks, UVU. Snow College.
I'll respond, Barney.
Okay.
Our group visited and kind of along the same lines as Keith about how we can make our programs more visible on campus. We feel like we do a pretty good job, but there's always improvement, and addressing some collaborations with the various departments that we can tie in better with the ambassadors who do tour groups around campus and don't really say much about our program except a little spiel. We can educate them better and with academic advising as well, updating our web page more effectively, and addressing maybe at the first week of school how we can advertise a little bit better for our programs. That's some of the things we addressed more on the institutional level for increasing our awareness.
Well, and I think that institutional level is critical. Like I say, those echoes. For example, I know the vice presidents of student affairs at all of our institutions meet once a month. I think if they are hearing messaging from all of us simultaneously about something, it would rise to. And each vice president takes a turn at being the chair of that group too. So, you know, if we're aware of where that is, there might be a way for us to get some support for, say, my vice president to talk about what TRIO is doing here may be supportive to yours at Snow College or vice versa. So I think that's great. USU Price.
We actually just had all of USU Price and
Oh,
Glenn,
USU's were all
went
together?
Yeah, we all went together in one. Mhm.
Look at you all covering all corners of the state. So, okay.
We're everywhere.
SUU. No SUU? Yes, no, maybe so. Going once, going twice. Sold. And then Dixie joined UVU, right? And so.
Yeah, but can I add something?
Absolutely.
I gotta represent here. I don't know.
You gotta represent. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what to call us, but I'm representing whatever we are. So one thing that hit me, you know, that Keith mentioned too, and that I was talking about was finding those administrators and faculty members that were TRIO and trying to use that, not use, that's a terrible word. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Maximize their experiences in TRIO to, to just emphasize what we do on our campuses.
That's a great idea. I think, you know, and what does that mean for us to try and identify it in a variety of ways too? Because, I mean, we're all sharing, folks, but there's people at Dixie that I know are coming out of programs in Las Vegas that are, you know, it's and maybe that's a regional thing too, that we start having that conversation about how do we make sure we're leveraging this as much as we possibly can in terms of those voices, because I've yet to met any TRIO alum who hasn't said, you know, really meaningful things that people will pick up on in terms of what their journey was, and also serve as really meaningful role models for our students as well. So I think that's a great suggestion. So in our remaining, I'm gonna.
Hey, Barney.
Yeah.
It's Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Blanding actually was separate. They,
Blanding,
they had a
okay.
pretty big group, and when I went to go ask them, they were on a roll, so I just let them be. So they may have
Oh,
something.
so sorry about that.
Sorry. Okay. Hi, Blanding.
Hi. So I thought that I would just share, we had lots of good conversations, but collaboration between our counterparts within the state and within the states around us is really important. I feel like that it's where we share our best practices and we're able to come up with good solutions for maybe some of the problems that we face or that our students are going through, and we're able to just take those best practices and implement them in our program, and then share what we're doing well with others around us. And we just really love collaboration, and we think it's really useful. So.
Well, and I think that's important for us to think about too, because we have boundaries drawn in some ways in terms of our region and stuff like that. But when you're looking at someplace like Blanding, right in the corner of the Four Corners, drawing on students from Arizona and New Mexico who aren't in Aspire, that's not an Aspire region, how do we facilitate that same thing? The same is true at Utah State in Logan too, because I know they draw a lot of southeastern Idaho students into the Logan campus. What does that look like too in terms of partnership with Idaho and West Stop? I think it's in West Stop. There to blur those boundaries a little bit. That's a very helpful suggestion. Okay, last chance. Anybody else dying to say something? I know you all are all ready to scream something out. Okay. Here's where I think, and I appreciate you participating today. I appreciate you participating in the big dialogues and bringing your suggestions, and in the smaller dialogues, just to kind of let you know where this is going. So some of your facilitators and I are gonna stay after class today and talk through what we've heard today, and go a little bit deeper dive into some of your institutional conversations that you had as well. But we've all taken notes. I have, because I'm old school, people use computers, but I use paper still. I don't tell my digital president tomorrow when she joins us, but I still use paper. So we've taken notes and observed and listened, that we're gonna try and strategize into something meaningful moving forward that we'll try and roll out on Friday is our hope with that. And like I say, and it'll be a first draft, and this is a work in progress, but I also hope you recognize, and this is something I just know, and I know I probably said it before in this session, but you know, as I look around at who populates this space, both virtually right now, but when we're together in person as well, all the ingredients we need are here to really make dramatic differences for our students, and to really make a really positive change for our students in Utah and beyond in some ways too. And you know, while we are better doers than speakers as a state in some ways, and we don't always speak up, but we will work our tails off behind the scenes. And I think of a lot of us as behind the scenes kinds of folks. You know, I just want to say, as a TRIO alum and an Upward Bounder from 1,000 years ago, it's just, you know, I'm always heartened by the fact that this work continues and people keep showing up. One of the reasons I do the work I do is to pay back the gift that Upward Bound and SSS were for me. And that's why I want to show up, and I appreciate those of you who continue to show up for kids like me too. So tomorrow is more of a sit back and relax kind of day. Obviously, I want you to participate as much as you can, but our keynote in the morning is from UVU President Astrid Tuminez. We're going to have presentation by Paul Thayer, who's listened into our last 15 minutes today, kind of heard where you all are at in terms of what you want to do and where you want to go. And he's going to do a great leadership development session for us tomorrow. He and Marilyn Thayer are. For those of you who don't know Paul and Marilyn Thayer, I'm just going to say that they're TRIO legends from Colorado and from the Aspire region. Truly legendary folks that have been in this from the beginning, and whose shoulders me as an Upward Bound alum from the 90s stood on way back in the 90s in some way or another too. So we're grateful for their time as well tomorrow. But for now, I think we'll call it a day. I only went over by 3 minutes. For the facilitators that I've reached out to, we're going to take a little lunch break here for a minute, but let's reconvene on this channel at 1 so that we can talk through what you heard in your institutional sessions, and we'll go from 1 until 3. And then we'll go from there just to talk through some of what we've heard today and what we've heard in our institutional sessions. And with that, we are done with day 1. Go live your best lives. The sun is shining here in Utah County. I hope it's shining where you are too. Have a great day, everyone. Kind of initial thoughts from, if there were things that, here's the place to start. If there were things that weren't covered in the general session and didn't make the top one thing you shared or your group shared, that you think are important, I want to just kind of add them to this list. And you don't have to read the list. We'll just go through it, and if I think it fits somewhere else, I'll jump it back up there and we'll have that conversation. But does anybody want to go first and just what's on your brain that we didn't cover, we need to focus on, or we need to think about moving forward?
I have something, Barney.
Okay.
One of the strengths that we didn't cover was the value of people who are currently working in TRIO are supervisors who have TRIO experience. So in our case at Utah Valley University, you came from Upward Bound, went into student support services, and your TRIO, it's in your blood. Same with Kyle, our academic vice president, and Janet Walker of Dixie shared about, Jonathan's been doing this for 30 years, but he actually sits in on the dean's meetings, so a faculty connection like that. So that's one of our greatest strengths. We have people that have been here for years and now they're in leadership positions.
Long-termers, we'll call them long-termers. Seasoned professionals is what people, I feel, say a lot. So, okay, what else? Anything else that
Here's another thing.
Okay.
That is a strength came up in our group was, and Jessica brought this up, she says when she was going, she's now an Upward Bound advisor, and she says, when I was going through, we didn't have things as tuition waivers, ACT waivers, and she says, man, that is it's such a strength that we have collaborated with other departments, admissions and so forth, and actually have these waivers. So that's
okay.
One other thing that came up with our group was the importance of, in our aspect, probably improving it from our own institution, but the transferring and collaborating with the other TRIO programs where they transfer to, and the Upward Bound programs and counselors programs when they're coming into college, collaborating with them. It happens, but I think from our standpoint, it could be improved.
It's fair to say it's under leveraged at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even know if that's a word, but it didn't underline in red, so I'm trusting it's a word.
If it comes from you, Barney, I'll count it as a word.
Here's another thing that we're talking about. A weakness, a lot of people aren't aware of the TRIO programs on campus. They hear about them, they go, oh, are you a new program? It's no, we've been here 30 years and stuff. And one of the things that UVU were doing is present to me, which we'll all hear tomorrow. She says, I need to know all these departments. And so we have a 2-page fact sheet. And I think that is an excellent way, an opportunity we're taking advantage of. I guess, Barney, maybe you could speak of it more, but I think she has a book with all those 2 pages on all the different departments. She has started to learn more about not TRIO, but all the departments on campus. So
Yeah, you're right. I don't know if she has an official book yet. It's obviously not on paper because she's totally digital, and
Yeah.
that's fun for all of us. But you know, it's useful even. It's useful, in my opinion, for any administrator too. I shared at the beginning that I have 6 good-sized departments in my portfolio, and while I obviously don't have favorites ever, but I know some better than others in some ways. And I also know what's most recently come to my desk, right? And so, yeah, those fact sheets so that we can keep data in the hands of administrators can be useful too. So, okay.
And Barney, one other thing that came up with us is I'm looking at a state organization, how we can publicize our programs more effectively, utilizing Trio Day. We've all been in it long enough. We've seen some of the things come and go, and then sometimes we revert back to things that happened a long time ago. But something there where, in the past, we remember when we had a signing day with the governor.
Yep.
And Trio luncheon at Salt Lake Community College, and honored and had representatives come to that, and then honored our Trio or our scholarship awardees at that luncheon. But anyway,
yeah.
Things come and go.
Yeah, it's true, and it's and I think as I look back on that, and for those of you who don't know, because you're not 350 years old like me, we did used to have a Trio Day celebration, and God bless Salt Lake Community College, because they hosted it every single year, and it wasn't a light thing to do. And so what we would do, just so you know, historically, is Trio Day, and I should know this, but it's about the 11th of February, somewhere right in there. Typically, we would go in the mornings, and we had students from Upward Bound and SSS and Talent Search that would come. Not everybody, but from all over the state. We would go to Capitol Hill at the Utah legislature in the morning and pull our legislators out to meet with our Upward Bound and Talent Search and SSS students, and then host a luncheon at Slick at noon to celebrate Trio Day, and then invite congressional aides or members of Congress from our federal delegation to participate in that. And we'd talk about some Trio Achiever kinds of things, and the impact the programs were having in our area, and that was really meaningful. But it also was something that Slick was very kind to do for a very long time. And when they didn't have the capacity to do it anymore, that, in my opinion, is kind of when it went away. And so what does it look like for us to share that load for something like that? And how would that be meaningful too? So yeah, just by way of history, because I know some of you may or may not know that. But it was great. We would take all the students up to the governor's office. We had the governor sign a Trio Day proclamation declaring the day Trio Day every year. All the students would go in and be part of that, and it was a great day at the Utah legislature that way too. So
I saw in the budget that was presented this morning that there is a Trio Day budget, and I meant to ask it during that time because we haven't done anything in a few years, but we have the budget for it. I mean, is that budget that was presented this morning, when does that start and when does that end? And could we leverage those funds this year to reintroduce something like that?
We had a Trio Day that was going to be in conjunction with the youth leadership. And we talked about doing in conjunction with the Trio awards with the Trio Achievers. When the youth leadership ended, Lisa Livingston did get in touch with Governor Cox's office, and she was going back and forth with me about having him sign a proclamation for Trio Day. But I just don't know if that, she had a staff member in the office that had indicated it was happening, but I don't know that that it went through. But yes, we do have budget for it. So absolutely something could be done with it.
And as someone who was state president back when, that's what I remember us setting aside that line item in the state budget for Trio Day to help support Salt Lake Community College in hosting that day. And I remember that's why that line item was set up back then. And then I think when we stopped having that event, I don't necessarily know how we've allocated it from this point forward, but you know, I say there's money there, let's use it. The other thing, no, that was the other thing we talked about too, was one of the challenges in Utah is, and this is part of what we need to think through too in terms of the strategic plan, is the Wasatch Front and rural divide in Utah. And that was a challenge for Trio Day too, because we had this one-day event, but that's a long haul for students from Dixie, say, to come and participate in that and then turn around. It's a long haul and it can be expensive, like especially if there's an overnight stay. I remember Dixie students leaving St. George at like 3:30 in the morning to come up, participate in that event, and then getting back on a bus and going back that same night. And so that's a real, you know, logistical thing. So what, you know, is there a way we could integrate that with something else? Is there a way to integrate that with this Student Leadership Day? Are there ways we could be creative about that too? So yeah. Good observation. I didn't even catch that in the budget.
So, you know, another thing that was brought up in our discussion, Barney, was it was brought up that, you know, when we only, like programs such as Upward Bound and student support services, we serve a limited number of students. And it's like, you know, we really don't need to advertise a lot because we don't want to have students coming and saying, well, we can't serve you, however, we have a great program. But then one of the people brought the thing, she says, we should never not advertise, let people know, because maybe those won't know, but it'll get the word out in the community. And so that was an interesting thing. At first saying, well, you know, we only can serve a limited student, so let's keep quiet. But the response was, no, don't do that. Let people know, let it get even broader and stuff. And so I don't know, that's some kind of a discussion. I have always kind of been, you know, I don't want to have people come and not be able to give them services, but, you know, we also, and what we've done in our department is, you know, we let students know that that we're full right now, but we give them a whole list of services that if you need this, if this is where you're getting behind on rent, this is a place you can get funding, food. These are classes. We can't bring you in this year, but we can bring you in next year. In the meantime, please be taking these classes. And this is a department that can help you and stuff. So we need to be the ones to let people keep advertising and also be prepared to give out the other services that are available. Yep.
And I think that's important to know too, and I recognize the tension too, because it is hard to turn people away from the program. I know I felt that in my experience too. But then again, can we just reframe that to be that? I mean, we all have different campus sizes. We all have access to different kinds of revenue and that. But if we are reframing it as being, to some degree, experts on navigating, on navigational capital, if you will, for our institutions or our schools, and can still do what Keith does or someone else does and give referrals and say, you know, we don't necessarily have room here, but we can get you into, here's my guy in tutoring, call them up, see if they can get you, you know, those kinds of things where we can still be have that expertise in some ways, not to distract from what we're trying to do for our actual students that we're doing, but is there a way to kind of do it both and to make sure students, because we all use those resources too. I mean, we send students to a variety of different things that we don't serve, and is there a way to do that meaningfully elsewhere too? Okay, what else?
Sorry, but another thing for an opportunity is when we have people who have been in Trio for years who are retiring or whatever, and you look at the Thayers that are going to be presenting, you know, those people and how that they're giving back and so forth. In my case, I'm retiring shortly, and I was recently asked to be an external evaluator on some of the grants, the NSF grants, which are scholarships for students. And I have a real opportunity to say, TRIO students are some you need to be looking at. And so those opportunities that this resource is, even people that have retired or whatever, that they can really make connections now because they're not limited by time or budgets, what they can and can't do. So keep connected. That's a great opportunity.
And what does that, what does that mean to keep that? Like the Thayers are a good example. How do we keep those connections so that we can, it's useful. Institutional memory is useful for all of us. And so, yeah, that's a very good question. And how do we, do we have, an emeritus kind of program for our long-term professionals where, hey, you're an emeritus, come hang out at Aspire, come to the conference still. Because Lord knows there's people that have retired that I would love to still see their faces every time. And just because that matters about what the work we're doing is. Okay.
And building on that is for our alumni that's gone out into the world and stuff. Are we actually, I know we started an alumni group. I don't know really kind of what happened to that, but I think that is an underutilized resource that somehow we keep track of where all of our students at. And that for connections in the community and stuff is something we could really improve in.
Right. And I think that's probably, how can we as a state think through, especially not every program has to do this, but a good chunk of us have to, report on 6 years outcomes of participants. So how, we've got to keep track of them somehow. Could that be a useful way? Could we find a way that we could strategically, all of us, try and keep track of them to also facilitate that as well, to keep track of them, to say, this is how we're going to keep in touch with you after your experience in TRIO and as you go through your life, but in the shorter term, but also how is there a twofer there that we can find ways to be, I just lost all my words. They just left my head. To also kind of meaningfully maintain our connections too for reporting purposes, because a good chunk of us have to keep track of that for a long time anyways.
Seems like the alumni, tapping into our alumni has always been a topic of discussion and a struggle.
Struggle.
That's right.
Really make it work. But I agree.
I'll put that in here. The struggle is real.
It is.
Because it is. It's always been something that's been.
We've started on that because I understand the struggle of the alumni too, but we partnered with the Alumni Association here, at least for the students who graduate from the U. Now we actually have our own TRIO Alumni Association through the University of Utah. And so it's small right now, and we're looking at ways to grow it, but it's going to be its own standalone organization, just like you would have U of U grads in the state of Texas, for example, and they're going to come together for an event. It's really one of those, we're hoping it takes off. It's just starting out this year, but I don't know if we could leverage that kind of connection with our institutions. But yeah, we went that route, one, because the institution was willing to do that, and two, because we just didn't know how to do it ourselves. We wanted to incorporate people whose job it was that this is what they do.
And that is a great way to leverage the institutional capacity too. And then what does that mean? Is there a way to then connect? Because you are keeping track at the U of your TRIO alums at the U. If Snow started the similar thing with their alumni group, is there a way we can cross-pollinate too in a meaningful way through the state too? That those, because there is something about, Raphael Warnock was one of the speakers at Policy last week, and he's an Upward Bound alum. And I don't know about anybody else, but when I come across an Upward Bound, there is a kinship there that I can't explain, but it's real and it's meaningful for me. And And I know I'm not alone in that too. So how do we leverage that? Great.
I really like that idea from Kyle, just a slight chime in, because students, right, they'll keep in touch with their alma mater, and then if there's a subset, right, it's like, I was at the U and I was with Trio. It's sort of like a single focal point. In a way, it's almost easier for them. I'm surmising, right? It's easier to organize that, to think about that. Not, I am an alum of the U and I'm separately an alum of Trio. It's like, I'm an alum of this institution and I participated with Trio. Anyway, I think that's really powerful.
Well, and then, too, as we follow our students through, what does it mean to be, because for many, like for Upward Bounders, that's something you carry with you always, no matter what institution you go to. And so I'm a graduate of UVU, and I'm an alum of UVU and a Trio alum of UVU. But my PhD is from the University of Utah as well, and I'm still a Trio alum. You know what I mean? And so where are those connections as well? Because, our students may attend multiple institutions, and that's another way to kind of cross-pollinate around. Yeah, that's great.
Barney, concerning threats, this is back when I was a new director. We're paid by the U.S. Department of Education. And sometimes there's a misunderstanding, it's like, of what our departments can and can't do. And so that could be kind of a threat of going, I really keep my head down and just do, because I'm afraid that if I say more, then others will say, well, oh, you can join and do this for these students over here. It's so close, and so that could be a threat, that are the things that what we can spend our money on and for or not.
Right, and that's a welcome to my desk some days, is navigating that space between, grant funds, institutional funds, and what people can and can't do. And it can rub both ways too. It can be a great thing. It can be a horrible thing. I know we're coming out of the legislative session right now, and I know most institutions got a little more money. And here's an example of the way it can be challenging is this, all of our institutions may, implement a cost of living increase of 3% on all of our salaries. Well, if you're flat funded in Upward Bound, you've still got to find that 3% to match your institution. And the only place to find that is to take away services. So, it can be a double-edged sword in some ways too. And so how do we navigate that and help our leaders understand that you realize that if we, not that we don't want our employees to be paid equitably, because it's not fair to not get it either. That's not right either. It's not fair for everybody at the university to get it, but a Trio employee, because we can't necessarily afford it. But then how do you talk to your leaders and say, look, I've got finite resources here, and this now changes my calculation there. And so what does that look like too? And how can we speak about that consistently at our institutions as well? And so, I've been known to go and say, look, we've got to come up with some extra money to pay this. Can the institution cover this other expense that we've now got to shave off for a little bit until we can re-equalize our budgets?
Hey, Barney, on the back on the alumni, we do, the strengths with that is we have built into our conferences and whatnot, the Trio Achiever and that type of thing. And I think that's wonderful. And that's a start. And we need to continue to do that. But as we look at a strategic planning, I feel like we need to continue to, build on that alumni.
And is there?
And it's always been an issue. But I think the struggle is worth it. So
the alumni is also a focus I put in the chat. It has been for a couple of years at least a focus of COE and of the region, and we have put together an alumni registration form that works in conjunction with, from the region to the state to the to COE. We're not getting a lot of people to utilize it, but if we could get directors within all of the states to make this a part of like their checkout program, just like before you graduate, hey, fill out this form, then we can start, we can start tracking them and have that information and connect them to that nationwide, pool. So I mean, it's a thing that we're working on, but you know, we can't do it alone. We really need the directors to
We need to continue
utilize the
focus.
tool that we've made.
Rachel, we ran across some communications issues. So the year before, the last year we were doing exit interviews in person. Do I still have everybody, or did I just get lost?
You're there.
Okay. So they would meet with Carol, and we did that. We referred them while she was actually talking with them. We brought open that page. But where we stumbled a lot was when the student says, well, why am I going to register? What do I get out of this? And we were right there in the room with them, telling them about registration, and we hit this big, and I mean, of course it's on us or even understanding what it was, but we didn't understand, and it sort of fell flat, and we realized, oh boy, like we need to know specifically, you know, telling them about give back, telling them about staying in touch. You know, we fell down because we didn't have a script, but the form itself, the students are looking for the benefit or the enticement or the meaning from the form. They're looking for the information, like, why is this gonna, COE has a more powerful one. So anyway, just a thought about how that worked for us. Yeah.
That's interesting, because in Montana, it was almost the opposite. It was like, hey, but if I sign up for this, I don't want it just to be never hear from you people again. Like, how am I going to be able to be involved? Not what am I going to get out of it? So it's interesting. Maybe within the forum, we can put some verbiage that addresses both of those things.
But this is really interesting because this is the exact conversation that we ended up having with our U Alumni Association, is exactly that. When individuals fill out a form, they want to be a part of something. And what we were saying is we don't know what we could give because you'd need another person to do the alumni stuff. We already have way too many things that we're doing. And so with that conversation, it turned into a local conversation about that. If you went to that page right now, you'll see Chris Macias, and he's going to do organization of alumni from the University of Utah to have some of these conversations about, let's have a picnic, or let's get involved in COE leadership forum for alumni. You know, so this would take on that kind of structure, because I found it really hard, and it's interesting because I've had that national level view as well. And when they do events, it's phenomenal events, but that's not consistent necessarily. And then the messaging doesn't fall down into the regions and then subsequently into the states as well as it probably could. And so that's where I struggled a lot with the alumni piece, is I want them connected, but then I don't know what happens after it gets filled out there, and I don't know what kind of communication is maintained. Whereas through the localized one with our U alumni, they can give us reports on what's going on, who's doing what, and that kind of thing. It's just been a balance and a struggle kind of thing.
And I think that's a key part of, because as a reminder, I'm old, but I've been hearing about alumni associations for my entire tenure in TRIO. That has been exactly as you're reporting. It's ebbed and flowed and up and down and been really successful at times, and then kind of, and you know, just in terms of the way I think about it, it's like, it's kind of like, you know, good social media policy in a way that if you're going to create, say, a Twitter, then you better be updating your Twitter regularly. And if you don't, you lose people, you will never get them back. And I think we've got to you know, and so from the outset, what does a communication plan, when can people expect to hear about alumni things? How do we, you know, how do we say to, because I've had students go, for example, you know, I know they just had that alumni association in conjunction with policy. You know, I've had many students should go to Washington, DC. You know, how do we triangulate that messaging to get to my alumni from my, you know, from our SSS or Upward Bound programs who are living in the DC metro area, to say, hey, come and hang out and do this, and hey, I knew you when you were in SSS, and and you're right, it's ebbed and flowed. And I think part of it is, when are we going to talk to people? And when does it make sense to talk to people? And when does it make sense to gather, but not, and do we gather just for gathering's sake, or is there a purpose behind it? And what, I think we've got to have a really critical conversation about all of those elements of this too, because it is, it's real and yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. What else? Anything else that we're not hearing or missing?
Arnie, two more points. One, I mean, just about the awareness, you put the point up above. It was kind of inner institution. When are you a new program? Yeah. Amongst there were two people in our group that were either new to TRIO or that they were working out in the schools and districts, so they were a little bit more satellite. And both of them, as well as people in our group, awareness of TRIO is almost non-existent. I mean, it's a continuous refrain about that. And then the second piece is something Rachel brought up, and it's something that I've really let a ball drop on, and that is an automated statewide inter-TRIO referral system. I ran into some FERPA questions when I started doing that here at our institution, because I wanted it to be beautifully a single centralized database that could just go kabloom, right, to any institution where we wouldn't have to do anything. But the concerns are students have to be initiating. If I'm understanding the FERPA concerns, they have to be initiating the interest towards schools for the schools to hold records about them. And I may not be perfectly understanding that, but that was the kind of the hang up. Because I was just imagining we have a centralized database and every TRIO person in the whole state is there. Well, we have reasons as projects to keep students for our APR, but we don't really have a need to know, potentially, right, by FERPA or regulation or privacy. I mean, anyway, so that was the workaround that I don't, that was the block. And honestly, at that point, the ball dropped. But if anybody has ideas about that, because if we have the handoff process that has to be per institution, then what we need to do is maybe create something at one institution that everyone else could then host and just kind of work into their routine that they check that. If there's a possibility to centralize it, I think that would be preferred. I don't know all that information. So at the moment, I don't know it yet. Sorry.
I literally yesterday just got a referral from Pueblo Community College on a referral form for a student who's transferring from their 2-year and is coming to the U. And it's a very basic, simple form, but I've never got that kind of correspondence from Utah institutions. I've kind of asked people, do you know of anybody coming to the U? We can bring them in. We just never established that process. But when I got this, I was kind of taken aback because I didn't know what it was. But it's just simple, and it actually was perfect. I'm like, this is really cool that somebody had a conversation with their student. And like you said, though, Anthony, it is initiated on the student end. So on that form, it does ask the student's signature so that they can share that information with an outside institution. But I think that comes at the individual level. And this was an SSS 2-year referring to an SSS 4-year. So maybe it's built into those systems. But I just thought that was really cool. And we haven't really been able to do that here unless we just don't get a lot of people that are interested in the U. But I have not ever heard from people formally saying, I want you to really reach out to these students here.
Kyle,
is that a form you could share that maybe we could recreate?
Yeah, I can send it to you. I'll have to block out everything because it has the students.
Sure.
I'll send that over.
That's awesome.
My thought from especially those of us that are the transfer to schools, right? So USU, definitely the U, UVU more, right? I believe, but I believe the probability that we could fill our programs with only pre-college trio alums, right, is so high. Not that that's what we could do, but it seems like in terms of how many folks are going into universities or transferring from 2-year to 4-year, we have so many. There's kind of anecdotal, but multiple times across the year, someone will wander in and say, "Oh, I participated at Snow. I was at Dixie, or I was in Upward Bound. I didn't even know Trio was here." And they're a junior, and they're anyway. So for sure, there is a population.
Maybe I love the idea of a formalized statewide referral card format, so that we all know what we're looking at, in terms of this is how we're going to make the referral. And even if the student is, the participant is in some ways approving or signing off on it, just so we all know we're on the same page, including the student, that we've made this connection, here it is, here's the information. Even if it's a protocol for that, I think that's great. In terms of maybe Anthony's question about a database, I can just already hear my institutional attorneys in my ear about what data. I can hear it, like literally, like I don't even want to say it much louder because I'm afraid they're listening. But it's a real concern, and I think it's a real concern for all of us. That being said, one of the ways that we, and again, tread carefully, but it's something that I think all of us could explore with for example, our registrar's office. I know at UVU in our banner system, we can add an attribute to students, and we could request that all of our participants who are in the UVU database have an attribute that says Trio added to their file, right? That doesn't mean that attribute will leave with them or go with them, but it will give us within UVU's database an accurate-ish reporting of who we've got here to some degree. And that way, we'll know who we've got and who we've had, and hopefully we may know where they're transferring, but it could be a way even for us to know who's here, who's not, and then that referral, this is just an idea, that referral, if it came to, let's say somebody was transferring from Snow to UVU, and Mike fills out a referral form and sends it to Keith at UVU, Keith could potentially add that attribute in our system so that then we would know that although that person, it wasn't, say, an Upward Bound at UVU or SSS at UVU, now they are, even if they don't land in Keith's program. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And I think that might be a way around. I mean, it's some work on the back end, but I also think that even if we've talked about this, even if we just know at our institution who we've got and where they're at, I think that's a win. Mm-hmm. If we can have those conversations with our registrars about what would it mean, what would it take for us to add an attribute? And if you're at a banner school, from what I'm told by the banner people, that's what it's called, to essentially keep track of our Trio students too. That's another way of doing this as well.
One brainstorm thought to just finish up my thought on is what if we flipped that script though, and what if we didn't do a referral, but what if we did an application? So I know it is not true that year-round we are accepting applications for our Trio program. But if we knew that we were getting an application from another Trio program, we would be totally willing to give it priority. And even if, so instead, it's what I'm thinking, it's not like they're sending a referral for us to contact and invite the student to apply, but as long as it's the student initiating it, what we do is we actually send them to the application for the program they want to go to. And then we hold it as a pool, right? We would be like, we're not accepting, or we will be, this is when we'll be accepting people, and because you're with Trio, we have a moment of priority for you. Anyway, I mean, I'm just thinking, could we go straight to the getting them to apply and then being put with our system that way instead of just a referral?
mean, I don't see why not.
Okay, okay.
It just depends on, it depends on, and that was where, you know, it goes back to that alumni question too. You know, is there an exit strategy with our students as they're leaving our programs and moving on to their next step? And what does that transition look like? So if it is, say, someone from Snow, if it's an SSS student from Snow, let me rephrase that. Let's say it's an upward bounder from UVU who's going to end up in Logan, right, at Utah State, is one of the last things we do with that upward bound student as in that senior year of high school, saying, okay, you've picked Utah State, you've been accepted to Utah State, you're going to Utah State, and they've made this decision. Okay, now that you've made all these decisions, can we hook you up with SSS? And if so, if I've got Anthony's SSS application in my drawer or on my computer, can we just work with the student to fill it out in the same way we would help them fill out a FAFSA or anything else? Yeah, I don't see why not, but.
We did, I just put the referral in the chat. I lied. It doesn't have a student signature, which I think it should have if we're trying to be safe FERPA wise. But one thing I wanted to say is with our Upward Bound graduation celebration, we put information on all of the Utah schools TRIO programs in their graduation packets. So we give them their certificate of graduation from our program, but we also give them, if you're going to UVU, here's TRIO SSS there, etc. Because we haven't developed those more formal lines of referrals, but we want to be able to still say, we at least gave them the information. Whether or not they get there, though, is the hard part. And I struggle with this just for the reasons you said, Barney, is the database part, the sharing information, all of that is just gray area for me that I don't want to go down right now, but we haven't really formalized a process.
Right. Well, and another, you know, and you're right. And it, you know, I'm certainly willing to reach out to the attorneys, at least at UVU, and see where their sensibility as in terms of data sharing and what that is. I think it will be. But I also think, and you all probably do this, and some, maybe not all of you, but you may do this as part of your programs is, and I know for sure if you're an Upward Bound, you probably have liability waivers and everything else that you have students sign to participate in programming, especially for Upward Bound or something like that. Is there clauses in there that can give us some information releases that we could put in that to allow us to more meaningfully talk? And I'm not saying there is or there isn't, but I think it's a question we should probably pose too, is, you know, or is it part of the exit and that's part of what you're, you know, say an exit strategy for students as they're moving on to their next opportunity or the next program? You know, is there a way to obviously get the consent of the student to share the information just so all parties know that that's a reality? I don't know what that looks like, but I think it's a thing.
Arnie, if you did get that answer, I mean, this was a project that I had first thought as president. I'm absolutely willing to spearhead it, pull it back up again, not let it drop this time. I mean, even if what we have at the end of the first iterate is we have a single, well, I'm guessing that all programs are not paper-based applications, that everybody has an electronic application. If that is the case, then we could have at least, you know, a single page TRIO programs in Utah, and that could then be sent to applications if you're willing to do that at an institution, or at least a referral form that each person could create, and then leave the responsibility with that institution, how they would like to get the information come in from students. Then it's one centralized spot, and it's like, anyway, and then we can work out follow-ups and everything. So.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, maybe that's our way through. And I think it's going to be a series of, like they said to me, like every graduate school advisor I ever had, your dissertation's an iterative process. And I think this is an iterative process too. And each step's going to get us a little closer to where we want to go, but let's start moving in some direction. And again, whether or not they're electronic applications or not, even just the notion of a formalized Utah referral form that we all will recognize and know that's legit would be meaningful.
Yeah, so it's a good discussion. It's a start.
It's a start. And like I said, we're not going to fix the world today. Okay. Alumni registration, anything else that we need to just hear in some closing stuff. And then I want to just talk through with you and have some thought partners about kind of where I think some of this is going, or where you think some of this is going.
I want to throw something in because I have to leave in a couple minutes. I also have the AC guys here, so I need to go see if they're doing all right. But one thing that we've been trying to do in our shop is pull in theoretical frameworks for our advising processes. And so we're working on coordinating with our advising council at the University of Utah for our SSS program, but also looking at some frameworks potentially for our Upward Bound program, because I think we're good at talking about law, policy, regulation, and all of that. But then when it comes to professional development, if I have an advisor who's an SSS advisor and they decide to move on, I haven't really prepared them for the broader conversation when they move into a new department. And I want them to have these broader theoretical frameworks anyway. So we've partnered with them. They're going to be doing that for us through the summer. So in the fall, we'll start off our academic year with an undergirding of some theoretical framework that's going to at least supplement how we do our advisor training. And so I wanted just to throw that in to see if we could talk about that. I know NACADA, NASPA do that, and they have state associations, I believe, as well, that I think really does reinforce some of this information, but that's something I'd like for us to see as well. And I got to get going. I'm sorry. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks so much for your additions, Kyle, and stay well. See you tomorrow.
Thanks,
All right.
Kyle.
Thanks. Bye.
I think that theoretical piece is useful too. And this was a suggestion that's up here earlier on the list that may be related that Kyle hinted at earlier about the notion of a clearinghouse, and having just completed, we did the SSS grant right last year, but having just completed the EOC and talent search grant rights this last time. And I know all of you love putting together logic models as much as I do. But what would it mean for us to share that kind of theoretical framework background too, so that as part of a clearinghouse, so that all of us would have access to, here are theorists that are speaking to the needs of low-income first-generation students, and here's because we all didn't get we all didn't go get retention theory as part of graduate school, and so is that something we can work on as well too? So okay, here's where we're here, and I don't know. We'll see how long we go. I don't think we're.
Barney,
yes,
before you go, and probably you're going to address it, but if not, it's like, what direction is the Utah state government going in education? Stackable credentials, more of, stackable credentials, kind of what the governor was talking about. He has more of an interest in some community college things, one-year certificates, all those programs. Are we ready to address it, saying, hey, we're ready for that now? So
right, and I think that's a perfectly timed question too. I think this is going to be an interesting new administration, and not in a bad way. And I think it should be, especially in my opinion, especially welcomed by the schools in rural Utah. Spencer Cox has, and Mike, you may know him personally because he is just from up the road, but Spencer Cox is a creature of rural Utah in many ways. Rachel, you grew up there too. Maybe you know him as well. But he is a creature of rural Utah, and that divide between the narratives happening at the Wasatch Front and the narratives happening in rural Utah is real in Utah's politics and real in our education systems. And oftentimes rural Utah is left out of the most important conversations. We have that happen at UVU. We have a pretty highly functional K-16 alliance with UVU, MTech, which is our local technical college, and the districts in UVU's official service region. So that's Utah County, Wasatch County, and Summit County. And we have a pretty good functioning group. but it shows up every time. The three big districts, even in that group, Nebo, Provo, and Alpine School District. Alpine School District is the biggest district in the state, get priority even in those conversations. And Wasatch, South Summit, North Summit, and Park City on the Wasatch back are marginalized in those conversations. So I think Spencer Cox is trying to reshape that. And I think it's a good thing, especially, you know, as considering we have programs that are serving out of UVU that are serving all kinds of rural places in Utah in some ways too. And I think that's, you know, I think this stackability and this pathways and the efficiency they're talking about is really useful for low-income students, because I know for me as a low-income student, college was not some big theoretical, like, I want to think in higher ways kind of stuff. It was my avenue to financial security. And I viewed it transactionally. And I think that's a reality for a lot of low-income students. And so if a student can see their way to from high school to a certificate, to an associate's degree, to a bachelor's degree, and have each of those things build on the one before and make them more employable or help them get a better job, I think they're going to jump at opportunities like that, because as opposed to trying to look down that 4-year liberal arts kind of approach to education. I know there are students that approach it that way too, that are in TRIO programs, and I'm not dissing it in any way, shape, or form. I just, you know, I had to get a PhD to understand the importance of theory. It took that long for that to sink into this TRIO mind of mine, because I was always very practical that way, and I don't think I'm unusual in TRIO programs. So yeah, I think that's a place to go. So
I have a couple things too.
Oh yeah, go.
First of all, we talked about maybe if there's a way to create like an SSS directors like list statewide. And in addition to that, at Weber State, we for sure have people like in the financial aid office or in the admissions office who we work with who are familiar with TRIO programs.
Okay.
And if other TRIO professionals at different institutions have a list of those individuals as well, that we can know, like as upward bound professionals, we can reach out to someone so that we can work with our seniors during their senior year, especially now in the spring, before their SSS students, to talk to someone in financial aid or in admissions about the questions that we have that are, who are more familiar with our programs. And then also we've started kind of down the avenue of developing some type of training at Weber State that other professionals on campus can take as part of our training program, and just to inform them about TRIO programs. So I think that that's kind of an exciting thing too.
Nice. And I like that, you know, I don't have a better way to frame this other than I got a guy. I got a guy in financial aid. I got a gal over in, you know, that's how we get everything done on our campus in some ways. And I know it's true at Weber. And so what I'd like to know who your person is, and you'd probably like to know who my person is, and what would it mean for us to share those kinds of resources and say, you know, Sarah over in financial aid just gets it, and I don't have to explain everything to her every time. And if a student walks into her office that says TRIO, she gets it immediately for that student, and it's not this whole back. Yeah, I love that idea too. Okay, what else we got? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah, who else is dying to share? Okay. So help me be thought partners. And again, I don't think we're going to go all the way till 3, but here's kind of my plan moving forward is I want to take the notes that we have. And if any of you took notes in your sessions that are more comprehensive and you want to just email them to me, that could be helpful too. And so that, you know, but no expectation there. I think we've got plenty to work with here. What I want to do is take everything that we've talked about today and try to fashion it into something that looks forward 3 to 5 years, something that gives us some early wins and kind of identifies what I believe is low-hanging fruit in terms of trying to push us down the road a little bit with this, and to try and fashion something around 2, 3, 4-ish themes for the state of activities or things we want to do. So here's where I'm thinking right now as I'm looking at this list and looking at what we've talked about and trying to take in everything we heard from the collective this morning as well. I think there are opportunities for us to identify kind of a strategic communication plan that I heard a lot of. Our institution needs to know more, or our target area needs to know more. Whoever made the comment that they heard in one of their institutional sessions about, you know, nobody in my outreach school knows anything about TRIO programs. And I think that's a reality. You know, as I look at our Upward Bound program, which has a part-time advisor at Union High School in Roosevelt, Utah, and a part-time advisor at Uinta High School in Vernal, Utah, they're the only TRIO shows in a 200-mile radius. And so it really can be a one-person operation in rural Utah too. And so that's something to think about. I don't know where to noodle with that, but that's coming to my brain cell here a little bit. But, you know, how do we kind of say, identify our institutional partners, make sure our upline understands what's going on at each of our institutions. And maybe some of us are doing it well, and maybe some of us are not doing it well. But what key components do we think we need to have at each institution? Number one. Number two, communication with our partnering organizations. So I know we work with the United Way, we work with an organization in Orem called Centro Hispano, we work with these community-based organizations, and you all may have these listed in your grant proposals. How are we communicating? Because that's a different communication than it would be to the Vice President of Student Affairs, right? That is a different thing, but it can share similar things. So I'm just thinking in terms of communication out as one area. I'm thinking of communication among, and this is where the alumni piece comes in to some degree, among all of us. And what are some strategies where we can share who's our go-to people on our campuses in our variety of areas, and how can we build a directory for us to know what would that look like to have an online directory where I can look up, you know, USU Eastern and Price and know that Susan over in admissions is the go-to over there. You know, what does that look like? And what does it look like for us, our individual institutions who have brokered those relationships for our students? How do we have that conversation with those individuals too and say, hey, are you okay if we make sure our other TRIO students that are coming from elsewhere get to you as well? And making sure that we're not treading like bulls in a china shop kind of thing on those relationships with each other. I think alumni is a theme in and of itself. I think we spent enough time in that, and I think, you know, and it may not be forming a full-fledged association, but it may be tracking kind of what is a sequential process to get something going, to build some momentum around a Utah Alumni Association, institutional alumni associations, and then how do we engage with Aspire at the regional level and COE at the national level so that all dovetails in a way. And then, you know, the last thing I think it maybe will be informed by those things that you know, what do we need to do in terms of leadership and professional development? Oh, the other thing is data. And that's that was one thing. Data is on my mind as well, because we all have piles and piles of data. Our Upward Bound program just moved offices. Believe me, we've got some data that we're aware of after that move. How do we do that in a way that doesn't violate FERPA? And it doesn't necessarily have to. But it answers Anthony's question that, you know, I'm a failure at getting you information for the TRIO policy book, right? And that's real. And you know, but how do we mechanize that in a way to not just present to say, and I'll use that as the example. It's not the only example. I think there's a variety of ways we can do this, but that book we use at policy, again, I think tells legislators who we are, how much we spend, how many people we serve, and why we exist. I don't know that we're always good at telling the so what in that document. So what does this mean? How do we, for example, how do we frame the performance of an SSS program or our XSS programs, you know, as a collective in Utah against, you know, the graduation rates, for example, for low income and first gen students not served by an SSS program, or institutional graduation or retention rates. So they can see, oh, you know, because of these programs, we're seeing people graduating at a higher rate or returning year to year at a higher rate. I think there are ways to do that. I think part of it is helping people be comfortable that with sharing that information too, because, you know, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic, I know it's been a rough year on all of us and all of our programs. I don't know that, you know, that everything's as stellar as, you know, I think when the rubber hits the road on it, it's our numbers are not going to be what we would like them to be in any other year. And so how do we navigate that too? And I think that's something we need to think about as well. But I think we need to find a way to navigate it just so that people know we're not here to applaud, we're not here to shame, we're not here to, and we're not even asking you if you achieved your objective, just what was your number? Just so we can know where that stacks up institutionally, and then think through how are institutions measuring these things. So I think data is a thing, and then I think professional development's a thing. And I think, you know, I think there are a lot, for example, the Alumni Association is a great thing. That we have amazing programming people on all of our campuses. You know, the people that run things like Talent Search and Upward Bound and SSS, frankly, that put on events and activities for students, do really innovative programming, and would be really well positioned to add insight to what it would look like to create an institutional alumni activity. And for all of us maybe to do that on the same day, or on Trio Day, or on First Gen Celebration Day. You know, what does, and, you know, anyways, so let me just regroup. So communication internally and externally, data, professional development, and alumni is where things I hear are landing. If I try and work what we have with into those 4 areas, are you all comfortable with that? Or what do you want to add? Or what am I not hearing?
I think that's a good summary.
Yeah.
I think it's a good summary of what we've heard today.
Barney, I had one idea about the communication and professional development. I know we've invited for breakouts to our previous Aspire state conference. We've invited advisors, people from outside of Trio to come talk to us, right? That could be a great theoretical sharing, right? Where we provide professional development from external. But I don't know that we've, maybe, I've only been with Trio for 5 years, right? In kind of an aware capacity. Have we ever proactively looked at conferences that are being presented by first gen groups advising NASPA and tried to insert ourselves as a breakout, or as, do you know what I mean? Is where we actually proactively try to do that?
A great idea.
I can, to some degree, I don't know that we've ever cohesively done that. I think there have been hit and miss things. I know that NASPA, for example, has a pretty significant first gen working group and mentions Trio as part of that on a regular basis. I don't know that we in Utah have, and I could be wrong. I'm not at every NASPA conference. And even if I am, especially if it's virtual, I may not see, you know, my colleagues from Utah Trio programs at that either. But I agree with you, Anthony, is can we spread our wings out into other professional organizations? I think that's one way into getting our message out too, because, you know, if we sit down, and I'll harass Keith since he's retiring and I get to do that right now. You know, if we can frame Keith up as someone who was run an SSS program for 25 years and successfully supported low income and first generation students, and here are their strategies on doing that, that's a good session at an ASPA conference. You know, what does it look like? And what does it look like to be here's the other thing too, and this, you know, how do we help our colleagues in Utah recognize their wisdom and their expertise, because it's there and it belongs at NASPA and it belongs at PACRO and it belongs at student financial aid advising conferences. Our expertise belongs in all of those spaces. Maybe we need to start identifying those opportunities. You know, I don't know if this turns into a listserv or something like that to say, hey, I just got the call for proposals for the National Association of Student Financial Aid, administrators, which is the financial aid thing. Why doesn't somebody do a presentation on advocacy for TRIO, low-income TRIO students at that, so that more financial aid advisors will understand what TRIO's about?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to catch up on the chat here.
Oh, sorry, I just didn't want to interrupt. I know that sitting on the board meetings and stuff for COE, that's also something that they're really trying to focus on, is to position ourselves as thought leaders among higher education. And Maureen sits on the board of, like, basically all college presidents in the nation. And so she, so they're, it really is super important. I think it's not something we have to wait for COE to do either. I think it's a focus that even here in Utah, we can absolutely and should absolutely start jumping on.
Right. And maybe, and it could be as easy as someone taking, an hour and going through and Google searching the conference times for everybody, and then sending that out to the state and saying, here's when the conferences are, and here's when their call for proposals are due. And y'all know what you do best, and get out there and start spreading the word too. Cause it's amazing how much innovation's happening in this community. So, okay.
Arnie, they invited TRIO, the Utah College Access Network. I can't remember the exact name. I attended, and there were a lot of players at that table. I attended an in-person and then one virtual, and then it fizzled. I know that Utah just moved some big outreach to high school students. They moved it from one type of platform to another, and honestly, Upward Bound would be closer to this. Melanie, anyway, I can reach out again to see what happened with that, but it seemed like there was sort of a disbanding. Yes, Melanie Heath. Were you the one that put me in touch with that originally? So she reached out to someone and then was directed to me, and I attended 2 of those meetings. And the last time I said, hey, is this still happening? This was last fall. She said, no, it's been canceled. And honestly, I haven't followed up with them. But
my guess about the cancellation,
mm-hmm.
and this is just a guess, is that with the restructuring of higher education in Utah, everything's getting reformulated right now at the state level. And again, that's a great opportunity. I think there's a huge opportunity right there for us too. But all of these standing bodies that have been in existence for forever have now broken apart and are reforming in some ways, because there were 2 of everything. There was one for the technical colleges and one for the universities, and now they're all playing in the same sandbox. And so everything's getting reformed. But yeah, I would reach out to Melanie, since you've already made that connection, and just say, hey, TRIO should be at the table for this.
Mm-hmm.
TRIO needs to be at the table for this.
Yep.
And yeah, I think that's great. And I think that's part of, that external communication point too. And I'm going to throw this out there, and you here on this call, maybe I don't know what role everybody's in, but would you be willing to share or talk to your directors to share your community and institutional support sections of your grants that list who you're working with in the community, that list who you're working with at your institutions? And if we could get that from all of our programs and see where the intersections are at, and I used United Way as an example, that's where we can start to say, well, why can't we, we can lock arms with United Way in really meaningful ways, especially if we're all speaking with United Way in a similar manner. And I think it would leverage their resources and our resources that would benefit our students longer term too. And so, you know, does that give anybody heartburn, you know, about being willing to share that section just so we can map it for the state? And that's the only exercise there. We maybe not even outreach, but it's me talking to the people at Utah County United Way, and you know, Rebecca or Samantha up at Weber talking to United Way of Weber County, and us both saying the same thing to those two groups, so that we're and so that I can also say, well, I know Weber just heard about this crap. Why aren't we on to it? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And let's leverage that wherever we can. Would any no objections? All in favor, say aye.
Aye, great idea.
I'm open to it too. So okay. Any themes, big concepts you think was missing from kind of that really hashed together summary I had?
I think on the communications, the viewpoint within TRIO, I feel like the siloing lens has dissipated from within TRIO programs, but not totally, right? Where that's a big barrier in communication to. It takes adjustment from our position. It also takes communication to to folks that are trying to understand our programs. Rachel brought this up when, you know, the concern about the threat where if people are really understanding TRIO and the TRIO program's needs. So anyway.
Right, and I think that silo is real, and I think it's real in a variety of ways too. And I agree. I think it may be dissipating in some ways, but you know, I think we're thought leaders on this, and I appreciate what Rachel was saying in terms of thought leaders for first gen and low income students. And I think that, you know, and it matters. Like, we're not recruiting for our individual universities, right? So I've got from our Upward Bound program at UVU, students going to the University of Utah to go to college. My outcome measures for that program are based on their success at the University of Utah. So whatever I can do to help the U meet my kids where they're at, I think we should be working towards doing. And I think that's the energy we need to bring to these silos, is saying, no, it's not just me at UVU staying in my box at UVU. It matters for Weber students Weber Upward Bounders who will end up at UVU, that when they come to UVU, they know they're going to be able to find a supportive atmosphere, not just in TRIO, but at our institution, right? Because we can't take every talent search kid from Weber State into SSS at UVU. There's not enough room. It matters that UVU is doing its work to support low income and first generation students broadly. And I think that's where we start to become thought leaders on that. And we start to say, because I don't have a horse in the race on enrollment at UVU. I don't. We're not in the big race. I don't have a dog in that fight. And so because I want what's best for my university, because if Anthony wants what's best for his students up there, my students are going to benefit ultimately from that as well. So, you know, sorry, soapbox, I gotta stop soon. Soapbox keeps creeping right up under me.
Barney, I don't know really how to put this question, or if it matters or whatever, but there's other organizations that are doing things, and it's almost like TRIO lost out on that deal. I'm thinking specifically of UCAC, which is Utah College Advising Corps. If we're all familiar, I just was asked to present at that. And then Michael Campbell, who's the director of Upward Bound at UVU, he mentioned, he's going, why is it that Gear Up, who's also under you, why are they on these committees and I'm not? I know that she's over the whole state there, but there's just some things that have developed in the state, and we need to, those are just two that I'm aware of, but what other ones are serving the students we have and we don't have a place at the table? And how do we do that?
I know when they came up here to Weber, we had a meeting that was just like, let's talk about this because we're serving the same communities of students. And yeah, that's been a conversation up here is like, why were we left out of that conversation? So yeah.
Okay.
So so I have a question now. You just landed me right in Gear Up land, which is also in my portfolio. So, okay, I'm going to back up 28 steps. Keith's old enough to know this. Mike's old enough to know this. When Gear Up became a thing in the late 1990s, it was almost politically and deliberately pitted against TRIO for funding and for a lot of things. And it created at the time a bit of animosity. Is that fair, Keith and Mike,
Yes, yes.
in terms of what that is? And I would also say, while that too, like siloing, has dissipated, right, it still exists in places. So my question is, what is amongst this group, and I'll pose this even to the whole group if you think it's necessary, but you know, you're right, we're in similar schools, we're in similar target locations. Gear Up, while doesn't necessarily have a first gen focus, does have a low income focus. There is overlap, there is, you know, there are federal requirements requiring us not to double count in some areas with some programs in some ways, and that's really real. You know, would this group be open to having Gear Up participate as part of Aspire in Utah? Not that they've ever been forbidden to do that, and I know they have participated in the past in some things. I know COE has been more meaningfully including Gear Up in their talking points at a national level. I think we're all on the same boat together politically, nationally, even though there is some difference. So, you know, they have NCEP, which is their version of COE, and there is some differences there. But operationally at our area, I think there are ways to leverage TRIO's work, Gear Up's work in our communities to best spread the wealth, so to speak. So, and I you know, other than I don't have favorites in my portfolio, obviously. And I love Gear Up and I love their mission. I also want it to work in Utah. And so for the purposes of our state organization, how do you feel about potentially including Gear Up as part of Aspire, Utah Aspire? More intentionally. And I won't be offended any way, shape, or form.
I'm cool with it. I mean, I don't have the history. Like here, just let me give you my context, right? At Utah State, we don't have Upward Bound in Logan, but we have 2 Gear Up grants.
And you have your own partnership grant, and you have part of our state grant program too.
Right, right. So honestly, it would be very healthy and helpful for us. And to interject one other thing, one of the places and that's what it was called, not Utah College, it was called College Access Network Utah, CANU. One of the last things we talked about before everything sort of went into shutdown and then restructure was someone there, and I'll follow up with Melanie about this, was going to create a coverage map of the state of Utah for who was being served by this college access program that's a state program, and this college access program that's a federal program, and this Gear Up grant, and this Upward Bound. You know, if we were to create for TRIO something that said, here is who we serve, high schools and where and what, that would be a very contributing, beneficial piece of information for that overall picture. So,
well, and it also would help us identify gaps, because sometimes, you know, there are places and spaces where, you know, we may be able to do outreach that we would be suited to do, and nobody's being served, and would help us understand where the hell are the gaps. So yeah, thanks for that, Anthony. Anybody, have I given people heartburn about Gear Up? Like I say, I don't want to piss everybody off, and maybe it's just me because I'm old and I remember how kind of bitter it was back in the 90s. Now Keith can attest, maybe he will and maybe he won't, that that we sit in meetings with Laurie Miller, the director of the statewide Gear Up program, and she's a lovely person, and we work
yes,
well
yeah,
together on campus.
it's worked very well.
So I'm young and spry. I'm sure we're the
I
same
know
age.
you
I'm just
are.
much younger. I'm pretty sure we were born the same time, but I am much younger in Trio. So I don't have that animosity. I think it would be great to partner with them across the region. People do a lot of different ways, and so it wouldn't be unheard of even within our region. And like you said, COE is also like being more intentional about that. I also just went to Montana's regional conference, which includes MCAN. So it's Aspire and MCAN and they always work together, which I think is pretty powerful. So to Anthony's point, I think that expanding it to the college access could also be really beneficial.
Well, that's cool. And so their state meeting was merged with MCAN.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Amy Verlanik is like the executive of MCAN. So like in Montana, there's a ton of crossover between their college access network and their Trio and Aspire folks. So
well, and that may be a good model.
It's really interesting to learn more about.
For us to propose to Can You or You Can, whatever it, because it did used to be one and now it's the other, and I don't remember which way that went. So can you maybe, or You Can, I don't know. But it would be interesting to say, look at Montana and let's do what Montana's doing here, because we can leverage all of this.
Yeah, that's what the goal is. Yeah.
Does any of your teams have experience doing spatial maps? Okay, just if you did, okay.
No, other than, well, and maybe that's a place to start too. I don't know how the rest of you construct your maps. We always do a spatial map in our proposals for our outreach sites.
Yeah.
Maybe even if in our needs section. I don't know if you all do that. I would assume that like the Talent Search and Upward Bounds with Target Schools do something like that. That may be a way to even if we could get those from everybody, start that mapping process.
Okay.
Too. And while Gear Up's a statewide program, it's not in every place in the state either. That's a reality as well too. It's got some focus areas as well. So, okay, well, as long as people don't have heartburn with it, and I will mention this probably in the greater meeting, because I don't, and again, it's, okay, now I want y'all to be honest with me and tell me if am I overthinking this with Gear Up?
I don't think so. I think it's time to work
But
together.
I'm not am I overthinking my hesitation?
I don't think so. No, I think it's a good time to bring it up.
Okay. All right. Well, I just, like I say, I don't want to.
I agree with that, Mike.
I just remember it was, I remember.
We all thought it was going to go away. Gear Up wouldn't last.
Yeah. And I want them to last. Again, it's
when it
supportive
first
of
came out,
intersecting with our communities. I want these programs to last. It matters to all of us.
When it first came out, I think it was viewed as a Bill Clinton thing, and it wouldn't last. And here it is 20 years later, and it's going strong.
Yeah, and that's a reality too. And they, in terms of here's one thing that I have observed about Gear Up. They have a national almost clearinghouse model of data too, that they use and participate in. And there may be a way for us to model that in Utah too. And Laurie Miller sits on the board for that national clearinghouse. And so that expertise might be useful as well for all of us in Utah to try and, how do we get the best practices, the best research, the best theory into all of our hands in Utah to make sure that, when we write a proposal, when we do our analysis, when our presidents say, what the hell do you do here and why does it matter? We can answer those questions with the simple click of a mouse. Yeah. Because I know why I do it in my heart, but sometimes people, and I don't want to talk to those people mostly anyways. So, okay, anybody got anything else? Because I have kept you long enough, and I'm starting to get loopy and delusional, and so yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to belabor this anymore. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not doing it today because I can't think anymore. But early in the morning, I'm going to try and frame out those themes a little bit. Maybe with some short, medium, and long-term kinds of you know, a sequential or a time, something like that. And so tomorrow, if you all will hang out and we'll same time, same channel tomorrow at 1, we can maybe walk through that, and then after that, I'll polish it up and we'll try and roll something out on Friday. Is everybody okay with that?
Great
Barney,
idea.
I noticed that Tammy wasn't here. I think she was the one for SUU, and I've been just kind of noticing. I even think that during the meeting she might have left. So hopefully, has anybody been in touch with Tammy at all today? Should I reach out to her? Tammy Schugert.
Who was it? Who reported out on our SUU group? Do you remember?
Lisa, isn't Lisa SUU?
Yes.
Lisa. Maybe, you know.
In the final report out, actually, nobody spoke up for SGU.
Oh yeah, that's right. Nobody did speak up. So maybe they had to step away. So
I'll give Tammy a call, or Barney, do you want, I mean, to talk about this working group tomorrow? I just don't want us to, I think it'd be great if they were at the table if they choose to come.
absolutely. And if it's not Tammy, whoever from SUU, I would love to have a voice at the table. And it might be okay, again, we're late afternoon, so my brain is frying. So who was from Dixie?
We'd asked
Janet Walker.
Jonathan.
Is she here? No.
No, no.
Janet, maybe.
Janet's here, but Dixie didn't show up. We'd invited Jonathan because
And
of his-
I got a message from Jonathan that said he wasn't going to be able to participate today. And so I knew that kind of going in just before we started, but maybe a message to Janet to see if she can join us tomorrow afternoon, just to kind of hear where we're at with this and see if there's anything else that we want to incorporate from their viewpoints. We good with that?
Mhm.
Yeah, so Barney, are you doing that, or would you like me to? I can reach out to.
Could you do that?
Yes, yep.
Okay,
I'll
thank
reach out to Tammy and Janet, and I'll include, Janet, since she was here. Yep, I'll do that.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for being thought partners. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for your extra time. I'm gonna go take a nap now. I'll see you all
Good to see everybody.
bright and early in the morning. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barney.
Paul, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for.
Hey, my
organizing
pleasure.
today. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank everyone for the kind words, and I will see everybody tomorrow. Hopefully there won't be any hitches tomorrow.
No worries. Take care.